p.m. and I'd like to call to order the redistricting meeting for Wednesday, November 9th, 2022 at 6:06 p.m. I want to welcome everyone. Here shortly, we are going to circulate some forms for the residents that are present that would like to sign up to speak. To do so. Oh, you do have that? Okay, perfect. We'll pass those around. In the meantime, I would like to make a motion to approve the minutes from the September 14th, 2022 meeting. Second from Rogan. All in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously. And while we're waiting for everyone to sign up, also, you know what? I'll pass it around. Just so you have what they have in front of them, there are some things that we discussed in the meetings. Will you come with that? Pass. Yes, ma'am. Next Tuesday, correct.
Thank you.
Okay. So, do we have any, is anyone going to sign, anyone going to speak tonight, or?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, perfect. Okay, while she's filling out, I'm going to go over some things that, this agenda item provides an opportunity for citizens to address the board or committee on, thank you very much, on any matter that is not posted on the agenda. Anyone wishing to address the board or committee should complete the citizen comment form. There's a 3-minute time to speak. Reasonable limitations to speak on one topic, maximum 15 minutes times total. For the same topic, anyone wishing to speak shall be courteous and cordial. So right now, you can just stand up because we're all mic'd up in here. So Brenda Broderick, please state your name and your address for the record.
All right, Brenda Broderick, 13531 Rawhide. So I am in favor of map 9, and the reason I'm in favor of map 9 is I think it more evenly distributes District 1, and I think that the Austell area should be united in that area from Bellwood all the way down to Selma and Maydell. That's a real tight-knit community there, and it would be, I would think, more favorable for that neighborhood to stay in the same district and not be divided. And also District 1, I just think it divides, let's see, the District 3, where's the new one for 9? We have 9 something there. Yes, this District 1, and how it has some of the apartments in Mercer in District 1, and then south of the highway go to District 3. I think that's a much better distribution than the other one where 3 has mostly apartments and a very small residential area. I don't think that would be very fair to District 3 to just have a very small residential area and all those apartments. So that's my say on that.
Are we allowed to ask questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Does anyone else wish to address the commission tonight? Going once.
So will there be an opportunity after this starts for any citizen to speak? I'm not clear about the process. It's a little different than a city council.
Yeah, so what we'll do is, I don't know, Braden, that's a good question. Should we, I wanted to.
Follow that up with this. It was our understanding after the last city council meeting that you were the committee was going to study things and review things. And so that's why I'm reluctant to make a comment now, because we don't know what you've done subsequent to that.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Fair enough, fair enough.
So that makes it maybe irrelevant, what I might say.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go into executive session, so it will have to be after our executive session, if that's That's good. In the end, okay.
Sure.
So we will allow, anyone that's already spoken, you can speak again. If you feel that something else has been said or spoken that you would like to address. Okay, so we're going to move on to C2. So the council sent back maps 8 and 9 to us to use this scorecard that we use to score the rest of the maps on. And I wanted to go into a little depth on what the scorecard is, where the questions came from, and how they're so important to us as a recommending body. So I have to go up here because August does not have everything in front of him. Okay. So August, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you all.
Perfect. Oh, that's the wrong mouse. Wrong computer. Okay. So I was talking about the scorecard, August, just so you can see this. And then some things that the scorecard has 11 questions that we used as a group to grade or to score each of the maps as we were drawing the maps. And so further along in your packet of goodies, there was two other things that were very, very important. And one of those is Article 7, Section 7.10, Item C of the city charter. We're going to talk about these highlighted little bullet points. And then Resolution 2021-166. And these bullet points right here would be familiar again. So what we did as a group, let me get these all together where we can see them all. We used this scorecard, which I'm going to bring back up. Oops. Scorecard. And charter. Okay. So, let me make all this work together. And come on. Well, let me move it. Okay. So here's a scorecard, and then here's a charter. So what these questions that you see on the scorecard, we're going to use the scorecard again here shortly, because we're going to use the scorecard to grade maps 8 and 9 as a group. Same exact way that we used them previously. So this scorecard is a series of questions on this, and the questions, obviously, yes or no. And these questions are derived from these highlighted areas within Article 7 of the city charter and this resolution 2021-166. And these are the framework or the guidelines that the council gave us to redistrict. And so as we go down this, I'm going to read them off so everyone can see and everyone knows what they are. So the first one says, does the map have easily identifiable geographical boundaries? So the first thing called out in resolution 2021-166 is, does it have easily identifiable geographical boundaries? That's why that's on there. And then if you come over here to the does not mention it in the charter. Okay, so the second one is, does the map maintain communities of interest in neighborhoods and in single districts? So that's the second thing that's brought up immediately on the resolution 2021-166. And it's also brought up in item C, number 5, to the extent practical, communities of interest shall be placed in a single district and attempts to be made to avoid splitting neighborhoods where possible without violating other requirements or applicable laws. That's a very, very important sentence right there, because to sometimes maintain a community of interest or a neighborhood, we would violate the other applicable segments of the law because we would be out of alignment with our numbers and whatnot that we've talked about. So let's go to number 3. Does the map utilize districts composed of whole voting precincts? And it does not, because voting precincts do not go along with census block lines. So they're two different things. And then number 4, does it split map census blocks? It does not split map census blocks. No, it does not, which is also number 4 here on Resolution 2021. It says, does the map reflect new population distribution based on the existing districts? And yes, it does. So, or yes, that's a question that's brought up here, and we will answer that here in a moment. And then we have number 6, does the map have a total district population deviation of 10% or less when compared to the ideal size? That's number 6 here. And then does the map utilize compact districts composed of contiguous territories? And then does the map preserve incumbent constituency and potential candidate relations? That would apply to drawing districts that have the council members in them, not drawing them outside of a district or drawing a potential candidate that we know of. Like we were in the middle of an election last time, so we had to wait for the candidates to be disclosed to us for us to make those appropriate changes. And then number 9 is the map narrowly tailored to avoid racial gerrymandering. And then number 10, does the map fragment a geographically compact minority, community, or packed minority voters? And then number 11, does the map comply with criteria set forth in section 710 in section 710C of the city charter? So that's how we came up with the questions on this redistricting. It was basically lifting them out of the instructions that the council provided us in the framework that guides us as a group, which is the charter and our resolution. So we lifted those questions out of here, we created a checklist from it, and we've applied those checklists to all the maps thus far to accept maps 8 and 9. So that's what we're gonna do tonight. We are going to apply these to, you should have 2 copies. We're gonna do the same thing that we did before. Does anyone have any questions with regard to our scorecard, or do you need clarification?
The questions that are listed on there are in no particular order, right? They're equally weighted.
Well, that's a fantastic question, Kelsey. So I'm going to get Mr. Bob here to answer some questions, because there's a couple things that are laid out in our framework and our guidelines that have risen to the top in the community, and we need to make sure that the community understands equally how important they are. Like, for instance, neighborhood, splitting a neighborhood versus being over the deviation, or splitting the neighborhood or not splitting a neighborhood and splitting a census block, because those things are very, very clearly lined in our in the resolution as well as the charter that we cannot do, and there's a legality behind some of those. But I think the legality behind splitting a neighborhood is maybe a little bit. So
Okay.
Go ahead.
First, my name is Bob Heath. I'm an attorney, and I do a lot of work with election law and cases under the Voting Rights Act. I've represented the city 2 times it was sued under the Voting Rights Act. And we represent a whole lot of cities, about 100 every 100 jurisdictions or so every redistricting cycle to help them comply with the act. So, as far as criteria, the ones that I think are of utmost importance are the ones that are required by the Constitution of the United States or by state or federal law. Now, if you go to number 6, does the map have a total district population deviation 10% or less when compared to the ideal size? That's what's necessary to make sure that it complies with one person, one vote standards, which is a requirement of the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution. So that's something we have to do. In every map that, I guess we've had 1 through 9, and all of those have fit within that. We didn't draw any that had greater deviation than 10%. But one thing you may, you say, well, let's move a line here to bring a neighborhood together. It may be that doing that takes your deviation from, say, 9% to 11%. Well, can't do that. You need to be within the constitutional requirements. So 6 is one that I think is of utmost importance. Number 9, narrowly tailored to avoid racial gerrymandering. There's a federal Supreme Court case called Shaw versus Reno that says that you can't do racial gerrymandering and essentially consider race to the exclusion of other items. But if you need to consider race in a narrowly tailored way in order to comply with the Voting Rights Act, for example, that's okay. So basically, this would come up if you have some extreme, or most often would come up if you have some extreme, bizarrely shaped district, and I can certainly show you districts in Texas and other states that fit that category, but nothing that has been drawn, I think, in any of these maps would fit that sort of bizarre notion. Does the map fragment a geographically compact minority community or pack minority voters? And that is the basic thing that you need to avoid in order to comply with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. And that's the section that you may get sued under. I mean, that's the one where there is a cause of action for people to bring suit. And it's where a plan discriminates against members of a protected minority group, which in this case would include Hispanics. Also African Americans, although the African American population Farmers Branch is not large enough to end up being able to maintain a suit. But the Hispanic population is. And so by splitting a geographically compact minority community or fragmenting one, is if you have a geographically compact area of Hispanics and you cut it up so that without cutting it up, it would have electoral strength that it perhaps could elect in a single member district, but you split it so that it can't by moving it to 2 or 3 districts. That's discriminatory and is something that the courts have said is a violation. Packing is the opposite of that, and that is if you have an area that could be drawn to have electoral strength in, say, 2 districts, but you put them all together so it's 100% minority, so that you're wasting votes, that could be packing and would be a problem. So those are the things that are most important because those are the ones that are required by the federal Constitution or federal law, and that is number 6, number 9, number 10.
Does that answer your
And-
question?
And of course, you also want to comply with the city charter and
Correct.
such, but those are the ones that are most important. And as a practical matter, you're probably not going to be able to meet all of those. For example, as Bronson pointed out, on the precincts, because election precincts are large enough that you're almost necessarily going to have to split those in order to have the districts come into population balance.
Does that answer your question, Kelsey?
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions with regards to our scorecard or the questions that are said on our scorecard or where those questions came from? That's cool. So next, what we're gonna do is we're gonna use our scorecards. Hang on one second. So pull out your first scorecard. And we need to pull up map 8, please. Computer's not- Switch up here.
Which one did you say?
Sorry about that.
You said you were gonna introduce the measures.
Oh. Hang on a second.
Excuse me. I apologize.
Okay. One of the visitors in our room wants me to introduce everyone, so I'm just going to introduce you by first name, and you just raise your hand. Right here to my right, we have Lauren Sanchez from District 1, we have Christy Diamond from District 2,
And Jorge Gonzalez,
Jorge Gonzalez, District 2,
Michael Rogan, District 5.
District 5,
Nasa Smith.
District
1, Kelsey,
Kelsey from District 4.
Stacy,
District 5.
David, District 4.
Jessica, District 3.
Perfect. I'm a non-voting chair. That's from District 2. Perfect, okay. So now, Chair's gonna pull up map number 2. Oh, you know what, this is the most important, it's one of my mentors, the greatest. Nancy Hardy as well, she is from District 3.
District 3, yes.
Why you didn't know that? Because I read it.
I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Nancy. Many, many years ago.
Nancy, thanks.
Okay, so we're waiting as Sherry pulls up this map number 8 is the first one. No problem. Take your time. Oh, hey, August? August, when you get a chance, Stacy just emailed you a scorecard so you can take part in scoring of the map number 8. Oh, I didn't introduce him.
Well, that's August.
And that's August, he's from District 3 as well. We have one zooming in. And we have Sherry McCall, our GIS genius. We have Bob, our legal counsel, Braden, our city staff legal counsel, and obviously wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Stacy.
Share screen.
Is it stuck on the one I was presenting?
It's
It's frozen.
Get some water.
It's stuck on the presenter, my screen.
Where do you find that old shirt? Logo on it?
Old logo?
It's got the old logo.
Oh, it does? Wow. Well, when Bryson was here, he wouldn't let us use that logo anymore. When Tom was here, he wouldn't let us use that logo anymore.
That's shirt logo?
Yeah.
That's a pretty cool one.
I love it.
Yeah.
Old school.
It seems like your own computer. It cost him $10 million to change the logo.
I don't know if it was that much, but I'm sure it was a lot.
It was not, but don't tell anybody.
It was acting funny when I was up there. It wouldn't let me move one of the windows.
Oh, sure. So you an Astros fan?
No.
No.
Once a cheater, always a cheater.
No.
They all cheat, they just got caught.
Yeah, they didn't do anything that everybody else didn't do, they just got, except they got caught.
Exactly.
They got caught.
They just weren't good at hiding it
Yeah.
like everybody else.
Maybe they were a little more sophisticated in it also. But yeah. You wanna tell me if you played baseball when you were in grade school, high school, that you didn't try to catch a signal?
I know you did every time.
I didn't wear a buzzer on my shirt though, when I hit a home run.
There you go.
I would have if I was smart enough. but-
The level of sophistication was way up there.
Yeah. Where's your guy that's stuck on second base to tell you?
Yeah. I'm a Pete Rose fan, so,
I'm a Rafael Palmeiro fan.
I mean, I'm a Rangers fan, but, I just think that he got the short end of the stick.
You got yourself an Arnold. You got yourself an Arnold.
I have what?
Oh, and Arnold Palmer.
Oh, like an arm? How they're working
You wanna
out?
see
Can we recess?
I can't go to that forever.
Yeah,
We're
no.
gonna recess. Okay, we're gonna recess at 6:33 PM while we figure out our technical difficulties.
Okay. Oh, she's ready.
You walked away.
PM, we're gonna be back into, okay, we're not back. City Secretary's not back. False alarm. Pause. It's 6:35 PM. We are back from recess. And now in front of us, we have map number 8. Okay, so just like we did last time, I'm going to read the question aloud, and then you're going to mark your answer.
Are we gonna do this on 8 and 9 only, or?
8 and 9 only. We've done it on 7 and the other maps,
So,
which was in our report. So 8 and 9 only is what they specifically sent us back to do, is grade it and then discuss all of them again. Okay. All 3 of them again. Okay. So this is with regards to map number 8. Does the map have easily identifiable geographical boundaries? Please mark your answer. Has everyone marked their answer?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, number 2, does the map maintain communities of interest in neighborhoods in single districts? Is everyone ready? Does the map utilize districts composed of whole voting precincts? Okay, question number 4, does the map split census blocks?
How do we determine 3 if we don't have the?
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm, yeah.
Okay, we're gonna go back to 3, so,
Here. Minimize that so we can see August on the top left screen.
Minimize what?
Can you minimize the map so we can see the gentleman in the corner? If it's not easy to do it, it's fine, but we need to be able to see the video.
and you know what, we're gonna go back to 3.
Let me see if I can find him.
Okay, never mind. He's on the other screen, so you're sharing a map.
He's on,
He's on the other screen.
right here?
There we go. But we need to see your map as well.
He's gonna hide behind you. Just kidding.
You don't want to go back and go.
Well, as soon as she clicks on it, it's gonna,
Just make that as small as possible, but I still can't see his face.
I think he has his
But he has his camera on.
Yeah, so you
Well,
can't
it was
see him
on.
anyways.
His camera's on, it's just minimized because of the video.
Oh.
There we go.
Perfect.
Yeah,
That's
he's
what
still
we
on.
need to see.
We can flip back and forth to the map if you'd like, I just want to keep him up as much as possible.
Yeah,
Okay.
that makes sense.
perfect. So we're gonna go back to 3. Will you overlay the voting precincts onto map 8, please?
Oh, he's gonna go away every
That's
time.
perfectly fine, just when you get to a resting point, you can put him back up there.
Okay.
'Cause
Or-
we have to deal with it the best we can, and we're trying to do that.
Is it possible to minimize that screen so that he can always just, or no big deal? Oh,
Okay, so this shows precincts, voting precincts. So this, the red lines you see are voting precincts, and the, obviously you see the districts for 8. So I'm gonna ask the question again, does this map utilize districts composed of whole voting precincts? Right? So none of the maps did, including the map that we currently have. Or no, not, even where we currently stand, we've got voting precincts that are split. Okay, so now we're gonna go to, you can take those lines back off, and we're gonna go ask the next question. Number 4, does the map split census blocks? So
can you,
none of the maps that we made split census blocks because we couldn't split a census. We couldn't do it. Our software doesn't allow for it to do, it just doesn't split census block. We couldn't do it.
I think we even tried to do it.
We even,
that long funky one?
yeah, we begged, we can't. So we identified some census blocks that we will recommend to council at the next time. When the 2018 comes, we'll have we already know the ones we're gonna recommend that would be split. Okay, so that was number 4. Does the map split census blocks? Are we ready for number 5? Does the map reflect new population distribution based on the existing districts?
When you say existing districts,
She's gonna-
what we're drawing here, not,
Correct.
just want to make sure.
And new population since the 2010.
This is, so back to, we're only working within the
Confines of this.
2020, which is the PL4 data. We're not talking about what we've zoned outside of that. We're not talking about who we know's moved in the neighborhood. We're not talking about anything other than what was given to us in that census data from 2020. Nothing else, not what we've zoned, not what we've entitled, nothing. It's based on that data, which is, we already know is 2 years old, so. Okay, now we're gonna go to number 6. You can clear that layer off. Does the map have a total district population deviation of 10% or less when compared to the ideal size? Right now, in the upper right-hand corner, map number 8 has a 3.59% population deviation.
So it's only for a total district, not each individual district has to be under 10.
So so from the largest district to the smallest district, the deviation between those cannot be greater than 10%. So right now, our deviation is 3.59%, which if we could see the numbers, we could see what they. So down there in the lower left-hand corner, our target is 7,154 residents inside of the district. So District 1 in map number 9 is 7175. District 2, 7332, which represents 2.49% over. And District 3, 7090, represents 0.89% below. District 4, 7075, which is 1.1% low. And District 5, 7098, which represents 0.78 below. And I missed District 1. District 1 is 7175, which is 0.29% over the ideal size of 7,154 residents. Okay. Number 7, does the map utilize compact districts composed of contiguous territory?
Can we zoom in?
Yeah, I'll just give you a better look at it. Hold on.
Okay. This, I don't know.
North of
But it's still good.
635, is that,
It's not split.
oh, not Josie, I can't see.
That's the
That
only
is
thing.
right there, 3 and 1.
3 and
The
1?
reason that we
Yeah,
did
the
it this year is because
boundary
this was
between
right
Right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's contiguous. There's an easement on the railroad that we use to connect it was the original connecting way for current map that we have. Anyone else have any questions with regards to question number 7 on the scorecard?
Bronson,
Yes, sir.
it ought to be mentioned, and we had discussed this in one of our meetings through the spring, that all these questions have yes, no answers on them, but sometimes we decided that might not be totally yes, might not be totally no. And I just wanted to bring that up, that was discussed.
Right. You don't, there's a place for comments. You can write notes and all these great things. We're going to go through your answers in a minute.
I understand.
Publicly, so we're getting ready to do that. Okay, number 8, does the map preserve incumbent constituency and potential candidate relations? So if you could populate the map with our current elected officials. I can't think. Our current council members.
Oh, hang on a minute. Not that one.
For this purpose, District 3 is, since,
There's no, okay, Braden, how's this apply to District 3? There's no candidate been defined, although the filing period is open. But we're applying this to the maps that we did when we had a candidate in that, when we had a
So that was Mellon Park or?
council member in District 3.
I don't see a problem with that. You're not specifically excluding somebody, but it's fine.
Yeah, right.
Because it's unknown.
Right. You just can't, if you knew of one and it was being moved, then you have a problem. If you don't have anybody, then it's, is my understanding.
Number 9, is the map narrowly tailored to avoid racial gerrymandering? Number 10, does the map fragment a geographically compact minority, community, or pack minority voters? And number 11, does the map comply with the criteria set forth in section 7.10C of the city charter? Perfect. Okay, now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go down the thing again and we're gonna figure out how we scored it as a group. I'm gonna take those notes. And if anyone has any comments, questions, or suggestions with why they scored a certain way, this is the time that you would get to do it. So by a show of hands, this is with regards to map 8. This is for yes. Okay, this is if you're going to vote yes, you would raise your hand. Okay. Does the map have easily identifiable geographic boundaries? If you believe it does, please raise your hand. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3. No, no. Okay, so we have 3 no's and the rest yeses. Okay, so that was 1, 2. How many?
6.
I know how many.
6. Okay, 3. Okay, here we go.
You still count yeses?
Did you count
6
August?
yes. 3. Oh, August. Was that yes or no?
Thumbs up, thumbs down.
Yes or no? Yes? No? I
We
can't.
can't hear you.
Down.
Can't hear it.
Up or down?
You may not see us. I thought I saw yes, but I couldn't.
Yes
They can hear us, though.
or no?
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, yes, 7 yes.
Double yes.
Down.
7 yes, 3 no. Okay, so now I'm going to go around the table. If anyone has any questions or comments with regard to this question, starting at Lauren.
No.
No, not at all.
Jorge,
No question.
Michael.
I'm not sure if I understand what geographic boundaries, are we talking about geographic boundaries like streets, creeks?
Okay, so right now the map is composed of these bold lines.
Yes.
So that's a boundary. Each of these maps has a boundary. So does Webb Chapel qualify as a easily identifiable boundary? Does Valley View Lane, does Dennis, or does Eastman right here, or does Josie? So you would apply any geographical boundary, any boundary between 2 districts, whether
Like
it be.
between 4 and 5 where Farmers Branch Creek is.
That's
It
what we're
could, it could be a creek, it could be a street, it could be anything.
And I
It's obviously gonna fall on a census block.
Then I change my vote.
I'll put my new yes in too.
Okay, hold on, I gotta come back and retally.
I thought it just meant clean.
Wait.
Yeah, that's right. I thought
Yeah.
that
I'm
was
trying to
being
fix the sound, so.
clear and
Yeah.
Okay, we're waiting, we're in pause.
You can go ahead and do the tally by the time she gets back.
Okay, so you're gonna change to a,
Yes.
you're gonna
Yes.
change to a yes?
Unanimous.
Okay, so it went from 7 to 3 to 10 yes, 0 no. Okay. Here we go. Number 2. Does the map maintain communities of interest and neighborhoods in single districts?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
anyone that's,
Oh, sorry,
I'm
we
sorry, okay, so the first one's yes. If you feel it does, if this map does, then you're gonna, okay, here we go. So we have 1, 2, 3.
I'm like,
So it's unanimous.
as best as it could.
Okay.
Mostly yes.
Mostly yes.
Oh, August is no, I apologize.
Oh, no.
Let's stop just for a second. They're trying to work on August's sound.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
let's wait. We're gonna stop until August, we can hear him.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, so do we get dessert while we're waiting?
Did you bring it?
There are cupcakes in there.
They're very good. I had pizza. Yeah, that's what the girls wanted at the hospital.
Why is hubby in the hospital?
It's a heart thingy. I know, but it's, I know, but,
Bronson, you might mention to our visitors that
yeah.
rarely did we have the kind of interruptions that we're having with our, because.
Oh, yeah, just for anyone that's watching or paying attention, this is the first time we ever had a remote visitor. And this is the reason why we could not do it downstairs, is because of the technological requirements of being able to map live. Oh, we're having call-in.
I'll have them call in.
He's
That
been there.
works.
There's always a solution.
That is a
That's
solution.
how we had Bob
Bob would call in.
called in, yeah.
Hopefully tomorrow.
If you wanna, this is the number he needs to call in.
I'm supposed to go to Indianapolis, it's totally.
Have him call that number since he
Sure.
can hear us.
If you're lucky, I love you.
Yes.
Maybe you should,
Can you can hear us, right, August?
send you someplace even better.
Right?
So I can just tell him the number, right? Okay, the number is 972.
Go ahead and dial it right.
He has to mute there, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't.
As soon as that phone rings.
Yeah.
Anticipation.
Yeah, I think he lives right to the right of Josie.
Is it ringing?
No.
No? Do hand signals? 932. What's that song?
Does anyone have his phone number?
No, I mean, I know someone that might.
832-5.
5309. This is great that this is live, at least we're putting on a show,
Oh, yeah, we're
more than we
definitely.
already are.
At the old Dallas Times Herald. Ad number was 7481414.
Okay.
First It was like you never seen.
I know, we never
The
have
numbers
Dallas
climbing up,
Times Herald.
yeah, the numbers were climbing up
Normally,
the swimming
Dallas
pool and
Times
diving.
Newspaper.
Yeah.
It was.
Dallas Times Herald,
Pennsylvania
Josie,
6
two newspaper.
Hey, August, I just emailed you the phone number.
Dallas Morning News.
I had no idea.
Dallas Times Herald, that was the paper.
Oh.
Oh, there we go.
Dial it. Let's just dial that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
Thank you.
It's gonna be busy.
I know, they're gonna call each other at the same time.
August,
Don't
stop dialing.
call.
August.
Do you have to dial 9?
Dial one, probably.
Dial 7?
Seven to get out.
Dial
To get
7.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Stop dialing, August.
August, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Don't dial.
We're calling you.
There we go.
Hey, guys.
Yay!
Okay, August, I'm gonna take that vote again, just so we can hear. So, if you're in favor of number 2, does the map maintain communities of interest in neighborhoods and single districts? All in favor of that, please raise your hand. Okay, all those not in favor of that? Please raise your hand. Thank you, August. Do you have anything you want to share, or any reasoning, or just that's what it is?
So the reason I vote no is because this map, like the other one we recommended, doesn't maintain a flow in a single community. But I do still maintain my position that that is a lower priority item on our checklist like we discussed in our previous meetings.
Perfect, August, I appreciate your feedback. Let's go to number 3,
Robert, can you clarify the vote, please?
I can,
9-1.
wait, hold on. They did a 10-1, 10-0 vote when everybody changed. Then Ronson read another question while you were in there trying to get to the audio. So what was the second question?
Second question was, does the map maintain communities of interest in neighborhoods and single districts? It was 9-1.
And that August was the one that said,
Perfect.
that's why we stopped, because I knew we were.
Number 3, does the map utilize districts composed of whole voting precincts? If you think it does, please raise your hand. Okay. If you think it does not, please raise your hand. No? Okay, so we all know that none of the maps do, because it's not possible to do that. Okay, so that was 0, yes, 10, no. 4, does the map split census blocks?
No.
sorry. No.
Okay, if it does, if anyone thinks it does, please raise their hand. Okay, that's 0. If anyone thinks it does not, please raise your hand. Okay, that's unanimous.
That was the same reason, it's impossible to.
Right, we can't split census blocks. The software doesn't allow us to split
Right.
census blocks. Okay. Number 5, does the map reflect new population distribution based on the existing districts? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, so we have 10 yes, 0 no. This is going a lot smoother now. Does the map have a total district population deviation of 10% or less when compared to the ideal size? All those that say yes, please raise your hand.
I'm sorry, what are we on?
6.
6. Okay, 10 in favor,
If you say no, math is a problem.
0. Okay, number 7, does the map utilize compact districts composed of contiguous territory? All those that think it does, please vote now. Okay. 10 yes, 0 no. Number 8, does the map preserve in,
Can I ask a question?
yes, please.
And just to clarify, District 3, as it goes through 35, and is connected by that little thin thread, that doesn't matter, right? That's still considered a continuous district.
You're exactly right, it doesn't stop. If this was to stop and start, that would be a non-contiguous
Contiguous
district. Correct. So, and this is the way that District 3 connects now to the current map that we have through this little thread of an easement. It's a railway easement up there. Okay, anyone else have any other questions with regard to that? Okay, that was number 8. Does the map, we already did number 8? No.
We did 7, you're on.
Does the map preserve incumbent constituency and potential candidate relations? If you do believe it does, please raise your hand. Okay, that's 10 yes, 0 no. Number 9, is the map narrowly tailored to avoid racial gerrymandering? If you believe it does, please vote now. Okay. So we have, everyone's yes, right? Yes, okay. Number 10. Does the map fragment a geographically compact minority or pack minority, community or pack minority voters?
So does that mean like the Hispanics are all in one group and, I mean, what does that really mean?
Bob, will you tell us, that was one of the ones that you said was constitutionally required.
I know, I
or
said-
because 6, 9, and 10. Can you explain
Yeah,
what that means, please?
what you want to do is not divide minority areas in a way that makes it more difficult for them to elect. Now, compared, a lot of what we end up doing here is comparing 8 or 9 to 7. And I can tell you, we can put up the Hispanic percentages and so forth, but basically, what this does compared to 7 is that it takes predominantly Hispanic area up here out and trades it for an area down here south of Valley View on the west side of Stones that is much less Hispanic and is more a growth area. So that makes one less of a Hispanic district than it is in 7.
Yes, ma'am.
But it makes, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Right, but it makes 1 and 2 both Hispanic, pretty much. And that gives them.
Well, 2 has a significant Hispanic population, but 2 ends up being a heavier Hispanic population than 1 is in 8, but not as heavy as as 1 was in 7.
Right.
And so.
So Bob, the question I have, and I think I sent it to you Friday, is you've talked about like SSRV.
Right.
But you haven't given us any real data to work with other than what SSRV is, and it's important, but you haven't really told us why. You haven't showed us in any case law how it, what metrics are used, what is an acceptable level, what's not. Does an old SSRV set a floor, or is it, you know, like you can't go below that? It's now your gospel. I think that giving us more to work with like that might help us understand it and be able to, you know, make a decision based on the SSRV.
Okay, number one, I'm not gonna give you a number that says, it has to be this number and not that one. I mean, that's, the case law doesn't say that. And basically, SSRV, Spanish Surname Registered Voters, is one metric that we use, but really all these metrics are designed to try to show the same thing. And so basically what we look at would be total population by race and Hispanic status, voting age population, again by race and Hispanic status, citizen voting age population, and SSRV, Spanish Surname Registered Voters. Now, we just have that for Spanish surname because we don't have white registered voters or black registered voters or whatever, but Spanish surname is a metric that is out there, and with Hispanics, we can use that. Now, everybody says, wait a minute, I know somebody whose name is Garcia, which is a Spanish surname, but they're not Hispanic. Maybe Mrs. Smith or Miss Smith married Mr. Garcia, and she's not Hispanic. And that's true. But the data show that that sort of balances out, happens on, you know, both positive and negative, and it balances out, particularly in an area where the Hispanic population is largely of Mexican descent, which would be the case here. So experts in these cases will frequently use Spanish Surname Registered Voters. And when I mentioned all the metrics, you know, you look at population, well, that tells us how many Hispanics are in the area. But if we're looking at voting strength, voting age population is better because only people over 18 can vote. And if you have a group that has a low median age, and Hispanics do have a low median age compared to non-Hispanic whites, for example, there's going to be a lower voting age population than might be the case for some other groups. So voting age population is more helpful. But then we know with the Hispanic population in Texas that there is a significant percentage that are non-citizens. And that's more true in some areas than others. Dallas, the Dallas area happens to be one of the areas of higher non-citizen concentration. So we want to look at citizen voting age population or Hispanic citizen voting age population. And then, but since we have the Spanish surname registration, that, you know, with citizen voting age population, we're trying to look at the people who are potentially eligible to vote. Spanish surname tells us who actually is eligible to vote and is always going to be a little lower than citizen voting age population. There's got to be a citizen to be registered. So it's just a good metric. We have a number, and it's often more accurate than Hispanic citizen voting age population, because citizen voting age population, or CVAP, comes from what's called the American Community Survey. It's a survey, it's taken, and since 2000, I guess, has been taken every year. Used to, it was taken every 10 years, but they split it up, so it's taken every year, and it's a very small number. And to get a big enough number to report, they have to take a 5-year sample, so it's data collected over 5 years. So it's a little mushy because of that. So CVAP or SSRV is a good thing, and as we look at it, it gives us a good idea of what Spanish or Hispanic voting ability is. Now, in District 1, when it was formed by the federal court, it had a Spanish surname registered voter percentage of 43%. And that was effective to elect Hispanics. And it did elect Hispanics beginning in, I think, 2014 and thereafter, and has today. Over time, as this area down here grew, that percentage decreased. And so in Plan 7, it is sort of takes some of that area out, except where the incumbent who is Hispanic lives, and brings it to essentially the same percentage that it was when the federal court approved it. So.
Was SSRV used in any of the litigations?
Oh, yes. Yeah. In fact, in litigation, one of the things that happens, and, I can talk to you for hours about the litigation and stuff, but you almost always have experts who are political scientists who do analysis of voting behavior, and they do all this mathematical stuff. But typically, to figure out how many Hispanics voted in a precinct, they look at SSRV. That's the best measure for that. So they almost, if you have it, they almost always use it.
Okay, I got a question, because ever since we brought up this SSRV, it's like giving me heartburn. And
Yeah.
it's, I think it's, I don't know. Well, you don't know, you don't know. Now you're about to hear what I don't know. Okay, so is the SSRV the same metric as a metric that we're already talking about? That's the first thing. And then when you take VAP versus SSRV versus CVAP, which is more statistically important to us in this room tonight in drawing our maps?
Well, first, like I say, they're all designed to measure the same thing. So CVAP, for example, ought to be roughly the same as SSRV. If you have high CVAP, you're typically going to have high SSRV. If I have it, I like to look at SSRV, but, they ought to be pretty close to the same. It's not always going to be the case, but, and particularly that's true because CVAP has these statistical issues that I mentioned earlier. But, as we go and we draw maps, we're typically going to look at VAP and maybe CVAP because they're more readily available. And then if we have SSRV, we'll look at it. But they all ought to be showing pretty much the same thing.
So is it safe to say that SSRV is only a term or something that's used when cases litigate? Is that something that's brought up that's not?
Well, yeah, except that it gives you an idea of what might happen if there is litigation.
Right, but we've been talking about CVAP and VAP the entire time, and then at meeting number 9 or 8, we brought up, I get it, we're working through understanding that, but you just explained that SSRV and CVAP are basically one and the same. They're going to be relatively in the same.
Relatively the same. Not always exactly, but relatively the same.
All right, so what I'm struggling with is SSRV was not mentioned or maybe mentioned once when we did 7 maps, and nobody brought anything in there. Maybe it's because nobody looked at it, but now SSRV is an issue, but we haven't been given any guidance on what's acceptable, what's not acceptable, or how the courts review it, because in the vacuum, which is what you've given us, and you've thrown the vacuum in lately in this process where it's actually brought us back for 2 or 3 extra meetings, I think we need a little more guidance. What do the courts say? Do the courts say something like, if you have an SSRV from a prior established district, you shouldn't go below that in the next district? Or are they saying, no, you've got to look at this holistically, and you may have it come down, you may have this one adjust down, another one adjust up? What you haven't given us is any real way to measure the SSRV, other than you're saying, this one causes a go down in this district with it, but when you do that, you don't point out that in District 2, it goes up nearly as much as one goes down. So I'm struggling with not having anywhere near enough information to be able to say SSRV should be something
All right,
we use.
the litigation test, and it gets a little more complicated than this, but ultimately you get down to where the court says, under the totality of the circumstances, and that's the word that they use, which makes it a little fuzzy, because you gotta look at a lot of stuff. Does the district cause the protected minority group to have less opportunity to participate in the political process and elect candidates of their choice that is less than the rest of the population? So if you have a situation where Hispanics have been electing and participating and so forth with a particular level of participation, that's a pretty good idea as to whether that's going to work. Now, is it, has to be 45 and it can't be 41 or whatever? You can't say that, because the court's got to look at it in the totality.
So based on what you just said, the election we had, where the SSRV is about 32, 33, the Hispanic won the election, although I guess that's not a fair analysis.
There were two Hispanics that were running.
So that one doesn't
tell you much.
So, but under the totality of the circumstances, if you look at it and you understand that we're in single-member districts based on the voting rights lawsuit, and you correct me if I'm wrong, the goal ultimately was to make sure we had at least one district that was.
Want to go to executive session?
We can, let finish his question.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
The goal was to make sure that we had a district was properly set up that protected, or at least gave us a much better opportunity to have a Hispanic representative elected. Generally correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. But it didn't say that district has to always be the exact same district. It just is telling us, until we're out of this, if ever, and we go back to an open seating, if ever, is we could make district, if you could, make District 3 a majority minority district, as long as we, didn't drop it down to a point where you thought that was indefensible. Would that be an accurate statement?
It doesn't have to have the number 1 on it. And I think I mentioned to the council when similar question came up that it doesn't necessarily have, number 1 doesn't have to be the district, but as a practical matter, the geographic area defined by 1 is probably going to constitute a significant part of that district, because that's where the most heavily concentrated Hispanic population is. Now, getting into a lot of, is this who may sue you, or what theory they might bring, or what our defenses would be, if we go into executive session, we can probably talk a little more detail about that.
Well, I think we plan to do that here in a little while. So one last question before we go to the next
Yeah.
question. So did you say 43% was our SSRV or CVAP because of the case that we had in 2013 and the ruling that put us in a single member? So the first time they measured it, we had 43? Did I hear that right?
When the court approved the plan,
Okay.
what happened, the court said, using a at-large election system, was invalid.
Okay.
And you have to have single member districts. And so then it approved the plan, and the plan that it approved, and told did an order, said this is a plan that the city has to use until it redistricts, because obviously with the census, it's gonna have to change.
Right.
That plan happened to have an SSRV of essentially 43%,
43.07% is what it had.
43.07.
But before the new district maps?
When this was imposed in 2012 or 13.
13, yeah.
District was 43.07. Today,
Right.
it's 30, in the very low
It has
30s.
dropped because of that southern area as
Well,
well.
it dropped off the western side, it's not just
On the
the
western,
southern
right, the
side.
western.
Right, because even today, we know that with all the construction that's going on and the houses that are finished, the 30% is even low.
Probably so.
And so,
Okay, I've got my last two questions before we move on, because I still have more questions.
Wait, did we,
We haven't gotten to number, we haven't, we're still on 9. No, 10, I apologize. We haven't gotten there.
We're discussing.
We're discussing. Okay, so when you talk about CVAP having statistical issues, does SSRB not have the same statistical issues?
No.
No?
Well, there's certainly statistical issues in the sense, like we mentioned, somebody may have a Spanish surname but not be Hispanic.
Right.
But statistically, those balance out typically. You know,
Okay.
they've done.
That's been tested in the courts.
I don't have the
Right.
data, but essentially, that's very close, and the experts are happy to use that. With CVAP, and in fact, a lot of the most recent case, I think it was the Farmers Branch case, we spent trying to show the problems with CVAP, and part of that is it's not at a point in time, which SSRV is, but it's a 5-year survey. Also, it's a survey number, and people say, yes, I'm Hispanic, or yes, I'm a citizen, or no, I'm not. And those may not always be accurate. In fact, one of the things we did in one of these cases was to take other data where we looked at complete census responses, how many people said they were a citizen, but gave a date of first entry into the country of, say, 3 years before. Well, those people probably aren't citizens because it takes 5 years to become a citizen. And it's a survey of some percentage, 1 or 2% of the people per year maybe ask that question.
Okay, so I got so SSRV's been around a lot longer than CVAP, the data, right?
Yeah.
So that's what makes it more historically important, or maybe possibly the same measurable metric as one another. Okay, does anyone else have any questions? And we will go into executive session.
one more question, Bob, on SSRV, because I really do want to understand what metrics we get to use here, or should use, is in all the litigation and all the studying on elections, has it come across, has it been kind of determined that there's a certain level of SSRV that is a preferred level, or one that would say, we think this is a level that's going to be sufficient to accomplish what it is we're trying to do?
I don't think that there are cases that say, this is.
I'm not talking about just cases, I'm just talking, a case could be an example, but any studies, any historical, hey, we've looked at 1,000 races across 15 states, the southern states, the western states, that say, we've studied these and we see at these levels of SSRV, 35%, that we're pretty, 35% above, we're pretty confident that the Hispanic surnamed person will be able to have a good chance of being elected, but 35 and below, we're finding out that more often than not, they don't get elected. I mean, that's the metric I think helps us on analyzing SSRB. Without something like that, we're shooting in the dark.
It's with, I don't know of a study that says that with SSRV. There are studies that I've seen in cases, and even then, those, I think, are not ones that apply nationally with blacks. For example, with a certain level of black percentage, you can be confident that that will be effective electorally. But I'll tell you, that percentage is different in Texas than it is in Georgia.
Okay.
And I have represented people both places, and
Okay, I'll keep any other questions, I'll wait till we go into the executive session, because it may be a little more pointed.
I don't feel like I understand it well enough to vote on this.
But is it the same as what?
Which one, number 9?
The CVAC
number 10.
SSRB? I
Yeah.
thought it was similar to what we've been doing, making sure that the Hispanic vote or his population, was higher than, was the majority in one district, which is pretty much the same thing we've been doing this whole time. Okay.
So is that, your question, Kelsey, is you don't feel like you could vote on 9 or 10?
And 10.
10. Okay, so 10, where 10 comes from, it comes from Resolution 2021-166. It comes from Section A, to the extent practicable. Oh, that word, that's
Struggle every time.
That's an SAT word, okay? Number 10 says, the plan should not fragment a geographically compact minority community or pack minority voters in the presence of a polarized voting or otherwise discriminate against protected groups so as to create liability under the Voting Rights Act. Previously, Bob said that 6, 9, and 10 are the federal requirements of what we're doing. They're not governed by Farmers Branch, they're not governed by the state of Texas, they're governed by our federal government. Am I not correct by saying that? Perfect, okay, so the question number 10 states, does the map fragment a geographically compact minority community or pack minority voters? So, I'm gonna explain it, I don't know if I can explain it, I'm gonna try. So if we already know that we have one as a minority district, it would be, I think, going against this
Yes.
would be if we drew a line down Dennis Lane from Valley View, from Josie
Right.
to Valley View Lane. That would be dividing a geographically, or let me read it.
Fragmenting.
Would be fragmenting a geographically compact minority community. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, that's correct. So if we were to take that same thing and do it here, or do it anywhere else that we know we have the hotspots, can you put up the little Hispanic heat map, please?
So is it based on intentions? Like for instance, we created the boundaries based on geographics. But in your case, you're saying like do it intentionally with the goal of
Like you're purposefully doing that, like you're purposely like
Right.
cutting
Are we,
it.
yes, we
here,
intentionally
fragmenting it.
fragmented this neighborhood right here, which is the Cooks Creek neighborhood. Did we fragment that? No. Did we come through here and fragment, Hartside or any of those areas that we know that are geographically compact minority communities? Okay? So that's when I read that question, which is, Does the map fragment a geographically compact minority community or pack minority voters?
So really, it's, does the map intentionally fragment?
Does the map intentionally? We're asking the
The standard
question.
is purpose or effect.
Okay,
So
there's
intentional.
or unintentional.
Having the effect, either one.
Okay, so let's just ask for the first half of that question. Does the map fragment the geographically compact minority community? Let's just ask that half. Okay? And then we're gonna ask the second half of it. Because it gets the same way. If we were to take and create, if we were to pack one, if we were to end one at 35, and we were to pack everything from Webb Chapel into one, then we just made one. We just made it a geographically compact, we just packed them together. So that goes the same way. Did we do that? That's the second half of that question.
It has to do with cause and effect. Did we intentionally do that in order to affect this packing
increase
or
their
fragmenting?
chances or
Did
increase
we
their chances.
intentionally do that?
So then, my next question, this might not be, this might need to be an executive question or executive session. In terms of the VAP and the SSRV, so we're saying that they should be more or less similar, they come from but it should all point to the same thing. But my question would be, in what instances has SSRV been used against?
Us or anyone?
I mean, obviously, anything that's relevant to us. I'm trying to understand the importance of SSRV in answering this question. Because I know it came up a lot at the council meetings where like multiple people said, this is brand new, and I want to make sure that I really do
Well,
understand.
let's write that down. I think that's a question to ask in executive session, but I'd like to get through the rest of these and map 9.
Okay,
And then collect all of our questions that have to do with executive session instead of going in and out of it.
yeah,
And I think it makes it easier for our visitors as well.
for sure. Thank you.
Okay, so map 10. Map 10.
Number 10.
Number 10, it's been a long night.
I hear ya.
Does the map fragment a geographically compact minority community or pack minority voters? If you voted yes, please raise your hand. If you voted no, please raise your hand. Okay, so that was 0 yeses and 10 nos.
Just put it on your arm.
Number 11, does the map comply with the criteria set forth in section 10C, 7.10C of the city charter? Okay? So if you believe that it does, please vote accordingly. So we have 10 yeses, which means we have 0 nos. Okay. I'm hoping that when we get will you please load number 9, please?
It's on the back. Don't compare the two? Okay. Just hardly any difference up here. All the
This is
difference is there.
the chunks out of 3
Yeah,
and 4,
yeah.
right?
Bronson, we're answering this the questions for 9, just independently, not compared against 8, correct?
No, we just left 8 alone, and now we're talking about 9. We haven't got to the compare and contrast part. That's gonna start at 10:30 at night.
Okay.
I'm just joking. I mean, I've had council meetings till 2, so we're on that track. Okay, here we go. This is with regards to map number 9. Okay, map number 9.
Okay.
Does the map have easily identifiable geographic boundaries?
Yes.
Well, no, we're not doing that yet. Mark your answers. We'll go through and mark our answers first.
Okay.
You duplicate our efforts, we could probably
I
just
know,
go through
can we
this
just do it at the same time?
once.
Well, do we need to do the same way we did previously, or do we need to,
No,
Okay.
whatever's faster.
whatever's faster? That's what we're doing. We're gonna do a show.
saying that?
Heck of a good idea, Bronson.
It
I'm
is.
glad you came up with it.
Sure.
This is number 9. Yes.
Okay, map. Okay, now I gotta start a new piece of paper. So now we're gonna live poll.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. This is number 9, right? Here we go. This map. So I'm gonna ask the question, okay? If you're a yes, you raise when I ask for yes. If you're a no, we do no's, okay? Just making sure we're all on the same page. Does map have an easily identifiable geographical boundary? Do you believe it? Yes? Are we yeses or no's?
I mean,
Yes.
I know it's really hard to like, yes,
Just
just
the boundary, the southern boundary on District 5, is that the creek? Is
It's
this
similar to, it's.
That's mostly the
it's-
creek.
It's cleaner than the other one, I think.
mostly
Okay,
the
where-
creek is.
yeah, but that little,
That jagged.
Oh, my
The
God.
other one went straight down.
This is the creek. This is the creek again.
So the creek comes here.
Well, what's
As
that?
opposed
That's
to-
the streets?
This is,
Wait.
That's seven there.
Oh, okay.
Takes that.
Cherrydale, I don't know what
you know what I'm
this
supposed
is.
to compare, but.
This is, that's Johnson Outpost or Johnson Park.
Johnson Park.
Spring Valley.
Okay, so that's the southern border. If you're wanting to answer that question for that district, that's what you need to look at, that map, right, that area right there.
Castleton and Long Beach.
Okay.
The 9 is
Splits Johnson Park.
Spring Valley.
It has that little funny finger.
I'm gonna stand up.
And
So, are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay, all those that believe that map number 9 has an easily identifiable geographic boundary, vote. If you're in favor of that, please raise your hand and yes. Okay, hang on, I gotta write this down. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in favor, 6 in favor, so 6 yeses. If you do not believe that the map has easily identifiable geographic boundaries, please raise your hand. Okay. 4 no's. That was easy. Okay, so the next one. Does the map maintain communities of interest and neighborhoods in single districts? Okay. So, take a look at map number 5. Okay, if you believe that map number 9 maintains communities of interest and neighborhoods in a single district, please vote at this time. So we have 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. Okay. We have 9 yeses. If you do not believe that it maintains communities of interest, neighborhoods, single district, please raise your hand. Okay, we have 1 no. Okay, number 3. Does the map utilize district composed of whole voting precincts? This is a trick question, but we already know the answer, correct? Because none of our maps, including the map that we currently have, utilize whole voting precincts, okay? Because the precincts are so big and our census blocks and our maps are so small, okay? So everyone that says yes, please raise your hand. Okay. And everyone that says no. Perfect. So we have 0 yeses, 10 no's. Okay. Number 4. Does the map split census blocks? Does the map split census blocks? If you believe it does, please raise your hand. Okay, if you do not believe it splits census blocks, please raise your hand. Does the map reflect new population distribution based on the existing districts? If you believe it does, please raise your hand. Where'd he go? Oh, we lost him.
Still on the phone?
He's on the phone? Hey, did you hear us, August?
I'm still here, my hand's up.
Okay, well, I can see you, so that's, is
All
that everyone?
10. You
That's
need
10,
it.
okay, can't see everyone. 10, yes. 6. Okay, does the map have total district population deviation of 10% or less when compared to the ideal size? This map has a plan deviation of 5.68%, okay? If you want to lower this out of the way, so I can see the population numbers. So the ideal size still 7154. District 1 would be 7,106, which is 0.67 below. District 2 is 7,398, which is 3.41% above. District 3 is 7,166, which represents 0.17% above. District 4 is 6,992, which is deviation of minus 2.26%. And District 5 is 7,108, which is a minus 0.64%. Okay. If you believe that it has a deviation less, let's see your hands. Okay, 10 yes, 0 no. 7. Does the map utilize compact districts composed of contiguous territory? All those in favor?
Can we,
What do you want?
it went off the screen for a minute. so
Okay, all those in favor that believe that map 9 utilizes compact district composed of contiguous territory? Okay, we have August. Is that everyone yes? 8. Does the map preserve incumbent constituency and potential candidate relations? You're in favor of that, yes? Yes. And
Is that a yes, August?
That's a yes.
okay. 9. Is the map narrowly tailored to avoid racial gerrymandering? All those in favor? Okay, so we have, and all those not in favor?
I haven't voted.
We haven't voted yet. Okay, so we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back to the question one more time, so while she thinks. Does the map fragment, oh, no, does the map narrowly tailor to avoid racial gerrymandering? If you believe it does, please vote now. August, are you yes or no? Oh.
Yes, I'll still have to mark on that one.
Okay, number 10. Does the map fragment a geographically compact minority community or pack minority voters? All those that, excuse me?
Can you put the heat map on there?
Oh, she wants to see the Hispanic heat map, please. Okay, it's time to vote. Does the map fragment a geographically compact minority community or pack minority voters? If you think it does, please raise your hand. Okay? If you think it doesn't, please raise your hand. Okay? And last but not least, does the map comply with the criteria set forth in section 710C of the city charter? If you believe it does, please vote now. Everyone was voting.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that was a lot quicker than the last one. Okay, here we go. Now, we're gonna have our little discussion about why you voted the way you did on map number 9, okay? Last time we got into, we went way sideways for a little while. This time, we're gonna try to make it a little bit faster. Okay, so we're gonna go to number 1. Around the table, starting over here, is there a reason why? Oh, we need to talk about number 9, or number 1, because we were split.
Yeah.
So those that were not in favor of the map having a easily identifiable geographic boundaries, I'd like to hear what you have to say. So I don't even remember who it was, but I do.
Yeah.
Me.
I
I know I was one of them. So the bottom of 5, where you explain that it's Johnson Outpost, most likely.
Johnson Park is the neighborhood, Johnson Outpost is the YMCA.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, like for me, I can't tell you where that line follows. On other parts of the city, I could tell you the easily identifiable boundaries and what streets we're following, but 5, I cannot for the jagged parts of the little leftmost side.
Yeah.
And then also the rightmost side of 3, where it then touches 5. That one's not as bad looking to me, but the bottom of 5 isn't easily identifiable to me.
Yeah. That's the same.
That's the same for me.
Okay, so
Bottom right of
let's
5.
let's go identify what these things are.
Yeah.
Okay, so obviously we know that we have a creek that comes through right here, right?
Yeah,
This
the creek I
okay.
understand.
And then we have Castleton and then
It's that right
Cherry or Glenside and I forget, this is Cherry's.
Cherrydale.
Cherrydale. Okay, but then that same creek right here follows through here. Okay, and then picks up
Right there.
right
It's
here,
right under Webb Chapel.
right under
Oh, yeah.
Webb
That's the one
Chapel.
that runs by Veronica?
Yeah, so south of that first street below that is Veronica. So it keeps the Veronica neighborhood in together and puts the Austell neighborhood together.
This is Veronica right here, right?
No, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
so Veronica, part of Veronica's out, part of Veronica's in, but it happens everywhere. Okay, and then we kind of jigsaw through here, okay, so we see, everyone sees what the boundary is, whether you have to agree with that, just saying, we all want to make sure we all understand what it is.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Now, the next one was the only one that we were not unanimous on.
Does that explanation change anything in terms of?
Well, we're gonna weigh them against each other, we're not there,
Well, I
we're.
mean, in terms of, like last time we had some changes of votes, once certain things were.
Oh, does that
discussed.
change anyone's vote once we explain what the boundary is? Did that-
No.
And I only say no because you had to explain it. Whereas in
Yeah.
other parts of the city,
Yeah.
most of us can look at it and tell, okay, I see exactly where this boundary is and I don't need to
Okay,
Yeah.
be explained.
fair enough. Okay, let's go to number 2. Does the map maintain communities of interest in neighborhoods in a single district? This is one dissenter, and I don't remember who it was. Oh, okay, it's your floor.
Well, I think that 1 and 2 kind of, for me, it was similar, like the bottom part, but I feel like we kind of split it, like it wasn't, we changed it, and I think that's where it was like, why, and
What did we change?
the bottom of 5,
No, it didn't change between that, no.
No.
Not along the creek, but on that other part that we were talking about.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
didn't
there's-
change.
Yeah, the bottom of
Yeah.
5 changed a little
The
bit.
bottom of 5 changed,
Yep.
and then the, right here on the,
Yeah, but we're not comparing them yet.
No,
So don't compare
it's
it
not
to the other
comparing them,
map.
you're just,
I know, that's why I was like.
okay, so
probably
right now, you voted that it does not maintain communities of interest. So obviously, one of those lines somewhere runs through a neighborhood that, okay. Is that,
Well, I remember discussing this when we were looking at all these maps. And, you know, Johnston Park, between Longmead and Valley View, and between Webb's Chapel and,
Brock.
Get you.
whatever that street
Castleton
is,
or
of
Brock?
Castleton, or
I
whatever
think there's
that long
1,900
street there
voters
is.
in there, it's very, very.
Oh, that's Valley View, there it is right now.
Longmead?
Webb Chapel?
Sorry, excuse me.
So that goes behind Castleton, so it keeps
This is,
Castleton on,
this is
all
Johnston
in one.
Park, I mean, yeah, Johnston Park right here.
Correct.
And of course, we split that, but we split it because if, there's a lot of population over there.
There's 1,900, and she's gonna tell us.
Oh, I remember the census, we looked at
Yeah,
that.
we've already looked, yeah, so she's gonna tell us right now that it encompasses, well, there's 1719, 22 census blocks comprise the Johnson Park neighborhood, which represent a population of 1,719 residents.
And we couldn't
Significant.
put all that together. We thought, well, maybe it kind of belonged to maybe District 2 or wherever. And I remember we discussed all this quite at length. That there was no way to get all that population because it just
Yeah, we did talk about that.
it messed up the balance between the districts.
Okay. No other questions with regards to our voting with map number 9?
Just for
Now,
consistency, ask if it changes anybody's opinion.
oh, does anyone's vote change on, after hearing our discussion on number 2? No, okay, we're good. So now we're gonna compare and contrast. I think we should compare and contrast 8 and 9 together. And as a group, figure out if those are our only 2 options, which is which is the one that we would prefer, and then compare that to our previous recommendation, which is map 7, and see how it all shakes out. Does anyone have any concerns or questions? Okay, so now let's lay map 9 over 8. Can you do that?
This is 9.
This is 9, so
Do you want
let's
to put
load-
8 on top of it?
That's, if we can do it that way, we can do it both ways.
Okay.
Perfect.
Clarification, didn't we already do this in the last meeting?
Oh,
Just for clarification, didn't we already do this in the last meeting?
I think we do.
Okay. I just feel sorry.
We gotta make sure we're doing it right. We did that. We're gonna take the next level. We're all in the next level.
Hispanic population.
Great, okay, we're gonna recess. It is 7:47. We're gonna come back at 7:55.
Map 8, map 9 for District 1.
Oh.
nope, it's empty.
It's 7:57 and we are going to resume the meeting. Sorry, I was a little late getting my Arnold Palmer. Okay, here we go. So now we're gonna compare and contrast map 8 versus map 9. And we're gonna do it in a open and orderly manner. So I don't know how we're gonna do this, but we're gonna start, you know what, we'll just start to my right. And we'll let Lauren give us her feedback if there's anything specifically that she likes or does not like in 8 versus 9, and then we'll go around the table. Okay, and then as if Christie or comes up with something and it jogs David's memory, he can agree with that, but we don't want to hijack, we want to let them, we're going to get around the horn, and then we can kind of go from there. And the culmination of this exercise is for us to vote on a preference. And the preference would be, at this point, we're just comparing 8 and 9. Okay, and then whatever comes of that, we would weigh against our original recommendation. And it could be as easy as we don't change. It could be as easy as we like 8 or 9 versus 7. It could be we like 8 and 9 and we don't like 7. So anything is available. We could even draw a new one. We're not. I have to have a report to City Council by, I'm reporting on this Tuesday. So my report's due Friday, right?
Well, I love it tomorrow.
Okay, so we're drawing a new one just doesn't really
You
work.
don't have a business to run or anything.
Yeah, or 5 kids. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna start with Lauren. So floor is yours. Talk to us about 8 and 9 and what, I'm gonna try to write, so.
Hey, sponsor, real quick, are y'all sharing the maps on the screen?
Yes. Can you not see 8 and 9?
I'm not seeing it on Zoom.
9 is shaded, and.
Do you see anything
Do
on
you see
Zoom?
any map?
No.
Oh,
But what are the dark lines?
he doesn't see anything, so we gotta just share the screen.
The dark lines are.
Or is our video off?
Dark lines
Oh,
are
there's
8.
a, just a
Yeah. Color is
flashing
9.
sign out this.
Okay.
Dark line is 8. Oh,
Yep.
okay,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
so dark lines
I
are
think
8.
there's only four areas where they're
Uh-huh.
different.
Yeah.
You gotta
Okay,
go
are we
on-
see-
you gotta go on Zoom and hit share screen on the big Zoom thing.
Yeah,
make that large.
I think we, hang on a minute.
Go hit the green button on the button.
Share screen at the bottom.
Green button at the bottom.
Share screen.
I can have like.
Yep.
Share everything.
Nope, just,
Share.
On my phone, I would close them all out.
Can you see it now?
Let me get him
Yeah,
back
thanks.
Okay.
and make him smaller.
Can you see it now?
Can you see?
He's laughing.
Oh,
I
is
think
that
he can
yes?
see it. I think that means yes.
Okay, I'm just making sure. Okay, we need you to see it, so, okay, Lauren, the floor is yours.
Okay, so the first thing, I prefer map 8 where 5 meets 4 on the left-hand most side, where previously I had mentioned, yes, that I didn't like how it was not as easily identifiable where the boundary was. It's more jagged looking on 9, so I prefer the more straight, clean-cut lines, more easily identifiable to me for map 8.
And while you're sharing, I'd like to hear which one you prefer as the last thing.
Okay.
That'd be helpful.
Yes, so overall, I would prefer 8.
Okay.
Only because they're very similar and it's really just in that area, and then where 1 meets 2, that's different, but overall I prefer
Oh,
8.
Okay. We need to have the numbers up there because
Yeah,
lines
that's what I'm
and,
like,
lines
we're
and
just
color
going
are
for
really pretty,
aesthetics
but
or-
it really need to have we need to have the,
What would you like?
Oh, side by side?
CVAP
Oh,
for
yeah.
both.
Yes.
And is there an SSRV, Bob, for these or no? Or is SSRV CVAP?
Isn't that the same?
Yeah,
So-
I can
Thought it was the same.
get that. For 8 and 9.
CVAP doesn't take into consideration the Spanish surname.
SSRV.
Just
But I thought-
it's just citizen voting age population, and then
We're gonna hopefully figure out what that. I
Are
guess
we
it's very.
starting
Right,
with
it's
going
all-
around? Yes.
Yeah, I don't have that.
I thought I got it.
after
SSRV or-
comments,
So
it may
this is
change
for
to
9.
everybody's
This
comment.
is
The
Right.
basic
Yeah, that's
difference
true. Okay, so back, while they're digging that up, we need to have those numbers up here, but don't necessarily share what you lean toward unless you just feel like it, because it may change. We may talk this through and you may go back and forth 3 times. You may go back and forth 3 times. It doesn't matter. So I have her notes written down, and while they're looking at those numbers, looking up those, yes, sir.
The numbers for 8 and 9 are almost the exact same.
Yeah.
It's less than 0.5% difference on
Oh.
this, all of it. We can read the numbers off, but they're very, very similar to 8 and 9.
Yeah, there's no significant difference on SSRV.
Voting age
see the numbers.
Eight and
Okay.
nine.
Which, I
He's
don't
got it
think
all right
that,
there.
there's no, you're saying there's no significant difference
No.
in SSRV between 8 and 9?
Right here, you can test that out.
Okay.
Okay, but this is not legal tender, right?
No, I
This is,
think that's fine.
okay, so we just need them back. Yeah, pass that around.
Oh, take one, pass it.
Well,
They're so close.
Just look
There's
at it and pass it.
no, we have 8 of them.
Oh,
not
okay.
much difference between
Okay,
them all.
Thank you.
Okay, so take one and pass it.
Yep. Okay, so what,
Why are we on the screen?
we gotta give one to August.
SSRV chart up on
Oh,
No.
can you email?
Just hold it up.
What's,
Oh, yeah, somebody has his number.
I'm gonna text it to you.
Can you separate
them?
Nothing would give me greater joy. I was late. Why are we, if they're so close, why are we talking about 9? Just because?
We have 2, they gave us 2 maps to
I
talk
just
about.
don't know.
Right.
So 9, let's see.
We didn't grade them previously,
Okay.
score them,
Okay.
so they wanted them scored.
Jorge, let me have his phone
It'd
number.
be, it'd be like anything else, there's
Jorge,
variations.
his phone number,
At the end of the day, you may say,
August's phone number.
Oh, I mean,
3 of the changes in 9 and only 2, and I don't like 2, but they're better, it's makes it better than 8.
City secretary help. Yeah, well,
So this VAP, is that the for Hispanic voting? age?
VAP is just voting age population.
Yeah, so it's not,
It'd be,
what about the Hispanic voting? age
Okay,
population?
so we're gonna talk about this real quick. I'm gonna go through
Yeah, there's
line to
those are-
line on all of them. Okay, so the District 1, Plan 8, SSRV is 30.74, 30.74%. Okay? The District 2, SSRV for Plan 8 is 39.04%. The District 3 SSRV for Plan 9 is 17.67%. The SSRV for District 4 on Plan 8 is 19.87%. The SSRV for District 5 on Plan 8 is 12.26%. Okay? The District 1 SSRV for Plan 9 is 30.77%. The SSRV for District 2 on Plan 9 is 38.86%. The SSRV for District 3 on Plan 9 is 17.67%. That's the exact same as Plan 8. And the District 4 SSRV for Plan 9 is 19.89%. And the District 5 SSRV for Plan 9 is 12.20%. Okay, so they are virtually indistinguishable.
Okay, so what about the Hispanic voting age population?
That's what the says.
You mean the CVAP?
Yeah,
It's right there.
because right here it's just total voting age population.
Okay, so CVAP,
green.
I can't see.
CVAP,
Harrison.
is that that doesn't have CVAP, that's got the total. Can you put the one that says the CVAP for them?
This has the Hispanic VAP and
Yeah, so
Hispanic
far right.
population.
Hispanic voting age right there in blue.
This is
Oh, okay, well, I can't see it. You're like 12 feet closer.
Is this for map 8?
I'm drawing your attention to it. It's Hispanic
Jerry, is that
right
for
there.
map 8 right there, or is that map 9?
The map is 9.
The map is 9 and
The
8's
the
overlay.
shading and the table is for number 9.
Can we see a comparison of
So does that say
the
81?
Hispanic racial demographics as a percentage of VAT for 8 and 9 next to each other?
Can I bring up
61,
2 PDF charts for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
61.
The third column is Hispanic. The third
Hang on,
column
August.
is Hispanic.
I think.
Third from, yeah, second from the left, from the right.
So, did you see the numbers, anybody?
She's pulling up a side by
She's
side.
pulling up a comparison side by side.
Okay. I'm blind.
No, I thought they were in here. Let me see. Here we go. So 9,
So we have that for 8.
Yeah, that's not on there.
So based on what we're hearing, these numbers should be somewhat similar to the SSRV.
Yes.
Oh, man, I don't
Because the total Hispanic population for number 8 is, for District 1 is 67%. And for District 2, it's 63%. And so the voting is, are y'all gonna read that?
I have to go up there. My 43-year-old eyes can't see that.
It's a
Want me to
big-
read it?
It's a blur.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, we need some
So
yells.
I'm reading this one right here, right?
Yeah, that compared
This
to.
one? Compared to this one, right?
Yep.
Okay, here we go.
Map 8, okay?
Plan 8, District 1, Hispanic total VAP. Voting age population, 62.03%.
Okay,
Okay? District 2, Plan 8, District 2, Hispanic VAP, 57.74%.
Hey Bronson, would you do 1 and 1 and then 2 and 2?
You mean not the way I did the first time?
no, that's fine.
Compare 1 to 2 and then 1 to 2.
Did you do 1 and 2? Or 1 to 1 or 1 and 2?
Well, okay, I'll just, we're gonna change.
Wait, I thought you were just going
Five and
District 1,
six.
2.
Read through it like you were.
Yes,
I'm gonna
we're
shut
gonna
up
do
and
one
you just go.
district, one map at a time.
Okay, here we go. So, Plan 8, District 2, Hispanic VAP, 57.74%. Plan 8, District 3, Hispanic VAP, 24.38%. Plan 8, District 4, Hispanic VAP, 34.08%. And Plan 8, District 5, Hispanic VAP is 20.17%. Okay? Now we're gonna talk about Plan 9. Plan 9, District 1, Hispanic total VAP, 61.54%. Plan 9, District 2, Hispanic VAP, 58.25%. Plan 9, District 3, Hispanic VAP, 23.94%. Plan 9, District 4, Hispanic VAP, 31.19%. And Plan 9, District 5, Hispanic VAP, 23.40%.
I'm just doing 1 and 2.
It's 1 and 2.
So we could put that, I'm not gonna do this, we could put Excel and you could extrapolate out, they're very close.
They're very close.
Very, very close. Meaning that
They're not.
it answers my question that I have for executive session, is which is most important. They're the same. They're one and the same.
For 8 and 9, yeah.
For 8 and 9 they are. Right.
They're more different than 7.
Yeah, and 7. Okay, we're not talking about 7 yet. Okay, so, Christie, it's your turn. Let's go back to the maps, and she's gonna tell us her take on,
I think it's easier to
8
do
versus
this
9.
Personally.
Yeah. I'm looking at my maps.
Yeah.
Chicken scratch.
That one.
1, 2, 3, 8, and
And the biggest difference is this one here's got this little loop right there. And then these lines are different right here. And then these lines right here.
It's astonishing how close they are.
Okay, in map 8, in District 5,
comparison of.
what is that to the
neighbors
left?
together.
I don't remember, as far as these, is that the church that's over there? Where's Valley View?
That corner?
And map 8.
Okay, Christie, it might help if you go to the screen and point it out.
All right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Because
it does.
we'll be here
All day?
all day. You can use this one. This is just a blank one.
or you can point up
Or you can
here.
use this one up here.
Or you can come here and point, and I'll zoom
Valley
in.
View's the
I'll
line
go
between 2 and 4. Oh, I guess, so he can
This
see?
is Valley View line.
No, but just.
You're talking about?
Okay, so this is Valley View
Oh, no,
Lane.
so he can see
This is
what we're talking
Whitechapel.
about.
I
This
don't
is
think he
Josie.
can.
That's Marsh.
He's just got it up on the screen. It's
Yeah,
just-
so he can't see what she's pointing at.
But she was.
She's pointing us to the south side of the
We don't have any,
kind of where,
No, I just, I like the fact that this is, Valley View is being used as a line in
they both
8.
use it, yeah.
Okay,
They both use it.
and, trying to look at the shades,
You may turn off the black lines for a second?
okay?
just took off 8.
Yeah, 8 is gone, this is all
So this is
9.
9.
Yeah, she's just supposed to be comparing and contrasting 8.
Because I like where 2 is. How is that different with 8? Oh, you put the lines back.
It jogs a little
Right.
bit.
Right here
Right there, right here.
and right here.
Changes right here, and then we change in Johnson Park.
Mhm, mhm. I like map 9 with District 2.
Okay.
And map 3 is similar, it looks like, except for this, it looks the same. And District 1 is similar to what we have today with the 2 Hispanic city council people who were elected. It's similar to what we've had, so I like that.
Oh, 1, but
Yeah,
1 is the
District 1.
same in map 8 and 9.
Okay, well then
Does it-
yeah, that's a good thing. Because I think that you'll always have a Hispanic representative here, and potentially in District 2. And I think there's, I don't know what the Hispanic population is here, so
That's part of it.
That's a part.
That's,
yeah.
that's
The
Tom,
park.
yeah, that's a park.
let's park.
So 0.
Okay. Thank you, y'all. Oh, old people have a hard time doing this stuff. Okay. I like map 9 because, just because of the way, District 5, 2, because it includes the park, and District 1 are. I like map 9 better.
Okay. Jorge, you're up.
And for
Sorry,
me,
y'all.
for me, 9 is my preferred also.
Okay, so hold on, I can't hear. Okay, so hold on, I gotta get Jorge, he's talking.
So
Okay.
for me, I also prefer 9. What I don't like about 8 is
Okay, map 9.
I don't like that. And then I don't like the way those jogs happen at 2, right there.
Okay.
I think 9's a little cleaner, a little easier to see the districts.
Okay,
Well, that was quick.
Michael.
Between the two, I think I like plan number 8 better. I think that, I don't like all these little incremental changes that were made into
Okay,
I just think it's simpler and better in plan 8.
perfect. Ms. Vanessa.
I like map 8 over map 9, same reasons. I think that there's a lot of little changes in, like, the little edges of 4 and 5 and 3 and 2, and I just think 8's cleaner.
Kelsey.
Map 8. I prefer map 8.
Okay. Good. Ms. Baker.
Like, I prefer 8 for the same reason. It's just, when you look at it quickly, it's easier to see and smoother than all the jogs.
Is it because of the dark lines, or is it because?
No, because I just like, remember before, we'd have the little parts that would stick up like little fingers and stuff? It kind of makes you wonder why it's there. Whereas in 8, it was just smoother and you don't stop and think why.
Okay. Yeah, I like that.
Perfect.
Can I come up top?
You're welcome, you're up. It's up to all you.
All right, so there are like 5 differences, and this is number 1. This is all commercial, makes absolutely 0 difference to what happens in the voting. Number 2 is right here, it's whether you have a square in District 4 carved out of 5, or you have the lines coming here and kind of here. For the most part, the number of votes are identical, it's just simply whether you prefer one geometric shape versus another geometric shape. But the substance is insignificant. Here, let's go with this one. Another completely insignificant thing, because it's the park. Means absolutely nothing. You can move that back over and you get nowhere. So the only thing here that makes any difference is moving one street on the north side into District 1. So slightly significant difference, moving it into District 1. Then the one that I think is most compelling to me in terms of the lines is right here. What you have is in 8, you're dividing a neighborhood up clearly. You've got Austell right here with very geographic boundaries. Austell, Valley View, Webb Chapel, and the creek. You're dividing that right in the middle of the neighborhood, and there's no real rhyme or reason for it, other than you're trying to get the numbers to work. Whereas here, if you come back to 9, what 9 does nicely is says, we're gonna keep that exact neighborhood together, just like it is now, except that this will be in District 4 rather than 3. And then it keeps Veronica south of the creek, because there's a creek going all the way down here, and then it keeps going, keeps this neighborhood in its own same pocket, and it puts that over in 3. So from just analyzing each of the changes, 9 technically, especially because of this one, gives you a better division of the neighborhoods, trying to keep them together. And then just as a whole, what I like about this 9 and 8 is 2 has a SSRB that's almost 40%. 2 is never going to change, or very unlikely to change, because of future development. 1, we already know that we're obsolete, so this 40% SSRB is it means nothing. And we know it's going to continue to change and continue to go down, whereas at least with what we've got in 8 and 9, we really achieved what the ultimate goal was of the litigation, and that's to keep a district that allows us to get a minority majority. So,
Yes, ma'am.
Which one did you prefer then, 9?
9. At 9, I think it just gives you a better job.
Yes, ma'am, Gus.
Can we do a deeper dive into what constitutes the boundaries south of the south part of District 5 and the east side of District 3, just so we can see?
Let's get around the room first,
Okay.
and then we'll talk about that. Okay, so Jessica?
8, I thought that, I remember maps before, we were like, what's up with the little finger? And I think 8 is cleaner, the boundaries are more defined. Yeah. So I echoed what that side of the table said.
Okay, August, it's all on you, buddy. What do you think about maps? Are your thoughts on 8 versus 9?
I actually lean towards map 9. Primary reason goes along with what David pointed out, keeping a cleaner division between Veronica and Austell. I do see the points made on the southern border of 5. For me, I would weigh that neighborhood being together a little bit more cleanly. So that's why I would lean towards map 9.
Okay, wonderful. Now, Kelsey brought up a point or a question about a physical boundary on which map, 9 or 8?
On both, I want to see the differences between the two as far as what constitutes the boundaries.
Between which 2 districts?
Between 3 and 4 and 5 and 4.
3 and 4 and 5 and 4.
Do you want a different map?
No, I'm gonna try to explain it.
Okay. Hang on,
Okay,
let
so-
me get August back.
You see,
Okay.
okay, so the base map is 9, correct? And the dark map is 8.
That's correct.
Is that- Okay, so the base map lines, these lighter lines, is map 9. It's the base map that's down. And she's overlaid dark lines which show map 8 over the top of it. So one of the changes between 4 and 3 is this right here. Versus running along the creek. Remember, we talked about this a few minutes ago. This is a continuation of the creek between Webb Chapel and Josie. Correct? Okay, Farmers Branch Creek. So, and then you have the street being Webb Chapel. Okay, so that takes care of this point right here. Then you split this neighborhood, that's Eric. Okay, here, this neighborhood gets split in both maps.
Wait, sorry, can we go back to that? So really the difference between 8 and 9 is, are we splitting at the creek or are we splitting at Eric?
Yes.
So when Councilmember Jackson drew his map, he made a point to use natural boundaries. And whenever we met, he said natural boundaries. And he tried to utilize natural boundaries in main thoroughfares versus just, I guess, arbitrarily running down the street. Or running down any, but he used natural boundaries as one of the things that he specifically said when him and I met, as well as in the council meetings twice. Okay, so right here, this is Johnson Park. It gets split one way or the other. We're either splitting it this way or we're splitting it horizontally. It's just kind of thick. And then
Are they split along streets or, because I know there's the park there. So is it just split on the street no matter which way?
Yes.
correct.
Yes, that's right.
So in map 8, the park is in 5. In map 9, the park is in 4. Okay,
Where is the outline of the park?
right here.
No.
The park is like this, kind of like right here, right along here. It kind of goes right there.
Yeah. Your territory, your 3 territory.
So kind of slide down this way by the college so we can see the upper boundaries of 4 to 5. And there is an apartment complex right here, Prairie Crossing apartment complex here. It's just in one map, it's in one, and the other map is not.
And there's a street that services the divider.
Sigma Road, right. So you have Cambridge Crossing, all these little streets right here, Cambridge Crossing. It's all right here. You have Parish Episcopal, which is the old mobile campus, all right here. And then you have the Prairie Crossing apartments, and then you have a retail development at the front and some soccer fields.
Is there a reason in map 8 that it's included, that little area, and not included in map 9? Because you see where the dark line is over there? Yeah.
Is it because of population?
I think that's what it was. There are apartments in there.
There is population numbers in there, sure.
There is, yeah.
There is.
That's right, it's Prairie Crossing, that's 200 and...
543.
So really
That's a big chunk.
So really, did they just switch the bottom? So one is right in your face and one's off to the side where you don't notice it as much?
So Bronson, just a question to you. So when he proposed this new map, so he's just not, just having lived on Veronica right there where that creek is, so when he's splitting the street, he's not taking into any consideration that people that live on the south side of the creek are not gonna be sad about being
Okay.
neighbors with the north side of the creek.
I'm gonna go back to like the day number 1. Right now, my neighbor across my street is a good friend of mine,
And
and
I
we're not in
agree.
the same district.
I
We have
agree.
neighborhood parties together. I babysit their kids, they babysit mine. We're friends, we're neighbors.
I agree.
It doesn't, we are stuck on this neighborhood thing, and it's divided this whole route now.
Yeah.
And it's becoming political, and it hasn't, we had not been political yet. Now we're starting to draw, we're 50-50 on map 8 versus 9, and it's become political now. And so it shouldn't be. We shouldn't be drawing a line or picking a map based on the person that chose it or the person that drew it. We should be doing it on what's best for our entire community.
Right.
Right, so when we look at this,
But Lawrence, it's not political, there's nothing anybody said here that really came across as political.
Yeah.
I think we're just making observations on difference.
it got political at the council level.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's where it got political at. So nothing in this room. It's political at the council level. That's where it's political at. Which
I'm just
everything's
saying
political
if
there right now.
we're taking into consideration about the splitting of streets, like the one map is splitting Veronica, where the other one it's a clean, like we're splitting at the.
I mean, isn't that one of our scores, is like the,
You'll vote on that.
It is.
We voted on that,
So
right.
Vanessa, actually, like, at least the creek splitting it keeps all of the people on Veronica in the same district, for north and south side of Veronica, but it does separate it from the people on the creek that are on Selma. But the other line splits right down Eric Lane, so the neighbor you walk out your front door and go shaking your hand in the middle of the street or their front yard or your front yard, now they're in two different districts, so.
Which
at
is
least
perfectly
that's-
fine.
Yeah,
Which is
I just think
fine.
it's perfectly fine. We have it now, we're gonna have it again, we're gonna have it next time.
For sure.
We're gonna have it the next time they do this. It's just, that's just the way it all shakes.
Shakes out.
Yes, it is. So
For sure.
it's, yes, ma'am.
Can I ask, hopefully, I think everyone watched the city council meeting, and I know that there was a significant portion of the comments presented where people are concerned about their neighborhoods being divided. And, I mean, like, being completely honest, I agree with Bronson, I don't think it really matters, like, my mother-in-law lives in a different district, and I still like her most of the time.
She can hear you.
I know.
So I'm gonna tell you, every single person that's reached out to me personally, once I explain it, and it becomes kind of a moot point. It really does. It
And
doesn't
that's what-
change, we don't not have a neighborhood party because they're in District 5.
Right, exactly.
And that's
They
what
don't.
I wanna, if there's any, like, and I'm not trying to call out anyone, like, I know that we can't, just anyone at the table, is there someone that feels really strongly that can help explain to me why it's so impactful?
What, 8 versus 9?
No, splitting up the neighborhood, why is it, like, I wanna understand why it's such a big deal to people, because I truly don't.
It's
First,
not
I'll
where
say two
I live,
things.
but
Two
it
things.
is where other people live, and the reason is, and I'd love to give that to you, is because when, for example, when I've had an issue and I've had to let the whole city council know about an Airbnb, I've had 2 councilmen say, go to your council person and you tell them and let that person figure it out. And I had 2 people tell me that. So when you're divided into 3 districts, and I will take Farmers Branch Lane as an example, and the reason is because in 2014, when the city wanted to put sidewalks up and down in front of people's yards from Selma all the way to Denton, there was an uprising, and they all got together, and at that time, they didn't have just one council person. They had the whole city. And so that was a big thing. And now it's been discussed with me, only because I used to live at 2710 Farmers Branch Lane, which is on the south side. And so I got to know a lot of those neighbors that are elderly, and they're all retired. And they were telling me, okay, so we're going to have this really nice mini convention center inside the historic park, more traffic. Are we going to widen Farmers Branch Lane? And we need to be together on this. It's different than in my city, where I live in District 5. We we have issues, but not at the magnitude that they have. And I'm not in that district, but I got yelled at for voting for map 7, and I know that a lot of people did too, they were not part of the political group. It was an older couple that I've done a lot of favors for that blamed me for choosing map 7 and breaking up the road. So that's just different than most of us who live in communities where we're all friends and we could be in multiple districts and it's
Doesn't
fine.
matter, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to something that's even more basic than that. The charter says, to the extent practicable, communities of interest shall be placed in a single district and attempts should be made to avoid splitting neighborhoods where possible without violating other requirements or applicable laws. And number 2, communities of interest should be maintained into a single district and attempts to be made. So that's very important because it's on both documents. But as we've gone through this, we can't do that because then we make some numbers
Well,
outside of the.
You can, not all the way around, but you don't have to break up a single street that's not very long at all, not even a mile.
And so there's a census block there. It's a
That's what I was
major
saying.
problem. The census block makes us have to separate it. And I went back and watched this meeting after I spoke to you on the phone. This is meeting 3 where we specifically discussed Farmers Branch Lane. And we discussed that Farmers Branch Lane and the people on the east side of Ford Road, the west side of Ford Road could control an election in District 1 if they were grouped into District 1. So the group unanimously agreed with that specific topic that they didn't want to let the people south of Valley View Lane on Farmers Branch Lane, east and west of Ford Road, control the election in District 1. We specifically had this.
And I voiced my opinion, and I thought it was heard. And when this person said, why did you do that to me? I said, well, it does go all the way to Josie. No, it doesn't. It goes to Tom Field. And I know that there's rumblings that they want to extend Tom Field through the property across the street, and that will even further divide it. So if there's a census block there, then what are you going to do? Because the people that own that property
Do they know that
can
there's
do
a
what they,
census?
well, they could do whatever they want because they own that property. It's
Okay, so we're
11
getting,
acres.
I think we're getting off in the weeds at this point, but we've got two things in these two important documents that say we need to respect them, but if we can't because it legally makes us out of a federal law or a state law, that we can't, okay?
But in the original map, it was so.
Which one?
The one that was done in 2012.
Yeah, but if we don't do anything with our map now, we're gonna be litigated against because we're 48% deviation.
No, I'm just saying
Right.
that it worked there, and you're saying it can't work here. I mean, I'm not saying this map.
Because I didn't vote. Y'all voted as a group, and you unanimously voted as a group on all the things we've done thus far.
Can I recap real quick?
Sure.
All right, so we have 6 votes for 8 and 4 votes for 9. Is there anything that anyone's thinking about changing their mind based on this discussion?
Where was the vote done on 6 for 8 and 6 for 9? Or was it
We
just
all
kind of?
went around the table.
It was.
You meant 8 or 9?
Yeah, it was, okay, informally counted, okay, I got it.
Yeah, sorry, not a vote, you're definitely right.
Right, so we have 1, 2, correct.
But that's a consensus, and so
Right.
if we're
I don't
on
know
a
what's
discussion
going on
that may
here.
lead people to change their opinions,
That's what
then
this
it's
discussion is
valuable
about.
time.
Yes, right.
But if no one's gonna change their opinions, then we can get to the next one, which is comparing to 7, and then we need to go in executive still to talk about the difference in 7.
Right.
So I wanna keep us on track, and we have to only cover the stuff that's on the agenda.
Perfect, well, that's what we're here for.
Thank you.
That's why we have you. Okay, so, is there anyone else that has something they want to share with regards to 8 or 9 that could lead to you personally changing your vote, or to, it needs to be shared because you think it could make other people change their vote?
That's the perfect question.
I'd like to hear it now. Go ahead.
My
Ms. Wilson.
question was that when they changed the, on map 9, they followed the creek, but then when it hit a major street, they stopped following the creek. So then my question would be, why didn't they, if they wanted to try to do natural boundaries, why didn't they continue it?
Well, he's not here to
I know, but I'm just saying if
address
that's the
it,
way
but-
that a lot of people like number 9 because it was following the natural boundary, then they suddenly stopped.
Well, because
And-
then you got to that block where we had District 3,
Right.
which was so well defined, and so you didn't need, I mean, you had to find a stopping point on the
Okay.
creek. I don't know what
Yeah, I
the
was
rationale
just
was.
curious
I'm
if
looking
you
at
were
it.
suddenly.
I think it was the numbers. I think it's,
Okay,
because
the
if you
numbers.
extended the creek across, the numbers would have been too big.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on one second. Okay, so also there's a census block that runs north of the creek that extends from Valley View Lane to all the way to the school.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
What is that?
No, all the way to the park.
Sorry, what is that street? I'm really short, sorry.
I was like, yeah, it shows anything, process.
Yeah.
Michael, be her pointer.
Up, the boundary.
Here?
No,
No,
higher.
yeah.
Yeah, what's that street?
Glenside, Cherrydale, and
Let me zoom in.
Yeah,
Let me zoom in.
kind of line.
She's talking about going
Yeah.
across
Yeah.
The
that,
map.
yeah. That's
Cherrydale
Cherrydale and Glenside.
Glenside.
This is
I
Glenside
think
up
somebody's
here.
gonna be upset no matter
I
what.
just make a note.
I mean, either one is good.
Okay.
hold on one second, hang on one second, we're not having any, we'll have citizen comment in a minute.
Jerry, can you go take it back and overlay 8 and 9 and show
Excuse me.
the line between 1 and 2?
Line between 1 and 2.
You read my mind, that's what I wanted to.
If I'm remembering right, the darker lines are where 8 is,
And the color's 9.
color is 9, so.
So the dividing line up there is, what's that, Hollandale? Between Old North and Rollindale, is that Hollandale?
Yes.
So you've got
There you go.
Rollingdale.
Yes, that is correct.
Drop back down a little bit. Can you, what I want to see is, I've just got to compare it to, pull it down a little bit more, down towards here.
To where it starts to change in difference.
Okay, so,
Let me come out a little bit.
Then does that mean you change your vote?
Here?
I mean, I could lean
Right
either
there.
way.
so, all right, so I'm just, so this one then,
Sorry, I had to get out of
Like
this.
a bobblehead, you might have
Yeah.
a bobblehead?
Let's see which way it goes.
I'm just trying to get
Where's the 8 ball?
It's
Total
just not that
picture
big of a
of-
difference.
8 and 9, one more, this one creates more divisions of streets.
Okay, I got an
One
idea.
side of the street
Flip a coin.
is in one
Oh,
district,
got an
one side
idea.
is in the other district. Same thing that you had with, in 8, this is 8, creates the street division, so you walk out and your neighbor across the street is in a different district. Same thing that happens on Eric, and it happens here, so you've got, the only problem with 8 I see is it does more of that where you create street, people who look at each other in different districts. You're gonna have, no matter what, we're gonna have some divisions, but 8 just, the only reason I don't like 8 as much is it does more of the
Okay.
neighbors across the
I just
street.
kind of had that thought. Okay, so Christy said just a second ago, she's like, 8 or 9 are both great. And I said, I asked her to the point that you would change your vote. And she started shaking her head. So if we all know as a group that 8 and 9 are close, but we're not sure which one, or I think we're sure which one, because we have it 6-4, right?
Yes.
We have it 6-4. So if there's no one that's interested in changing, let's go ahead and weigh this against 7 and get the show on the road, because it'll help us make a decision.
Yes.
I agree.
Okay?
And I say, if you get to where you have chosen between 8 and 9 and 7, then you want to change your vote to be united front in your recommendation or want something on
We
8
can
and
have
9,
that
you
conversation,
can do that
yes.
discussion after 7.
Right.
That would be a waste of our time if we choose 7.
Correct, I completely agree.
Yeah.
So what we're gonna do is we need to let our citizens speak. There's no point in us holding them out for executive session, because we're not gonna come out of executive session and say anything that's gonna sway their right, because we're a recommending body, we're just gonna get advice.
Right.
Okay, so we're gonna start. Does anyone else, I'm gonna actually call Brenda up, because Brenda gave me your form already. Okay, so Brenda Broderick,
Okay.
please stand and give us your address for the record.
Okay, 135-31 Rawhide. I really think they're so similar. Really, they are so similar between the two. The only difference that I can see, again, is you're either dividing Austell or you're dividing Johnson Park. And a little bit there in my district too, that line that you see there and up above where Hollandale, Rollingsdale is. Those are pretty minor areas, but really you're gonna divide Austell area or you're gonna divide Johnson Park. You're gonna divide one of those neighborhoods. Cherrydale, that goes through the part up there in Johnson Park, if you look at Cherrydale, they are not neighbors across the street from one another. Cherrydale divides, so all the neighbors, the streets are all this way, looking at each other, and Cherrydale divides this way, so there's no going across the street on Cherrydale. So that's more of a natural divide than Eric. That's how I see the difference. But really, it's kind of minor. But like Christy was saying, if you're on Eric and you want speed bumps going along Austell, let's say. Or is that a bad example?
Well, in that neighborhood, terrible, yes.
I didn't need to bring up a terrible example. But if they want something as a united front, they would want to work together as a neighborhood. Whereas up in Cherrydale and Johnson Park, you're not going to have that, because they're naturally divided already on that Cherrydale. You are dividing Glenside a tiny bit, about 4 roads on Glenside, where it is neighbor against neighbor, so that little bit is a divide. But I really just think that you're doing Eric is more, not damaging, that's the wrong word, but more hurtful than in Johnson Park where you're dividing on Cherrydale. But I really think it's kind of a minor issue of all of this. You know, I think either way you go, I think it's good for the city. So, all right, there you go.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
Please stand and state your name and the address for the
Vicki
record.
Harrison, 3706 Ridge Oak Road. So there are a couple of things, metrics, and I wish that I had brought all of my notes because I didn't know I was going to be able to say this. But one metric that I think is important is there a difference in the number of multifamily dwellings and residential dwellings? That needs to be taken into account. So apartment dwellers don't vote to the same extent that residential people do. So when the maps were put together by some people, and some residents actually did do extensive research. I know that I and some of my friends did. And I respect what you've done. Absolutely, it's not fun. But what I am saying, maybe one thing you might want to look at is, do they have the same metrics for the number of residential voters, apartment dwellers, that sort of thing? Because it's not just a population. So that might be one thing that you would consider. I think, so I wouldn't want to say necessarily about 8 or 9. I think they're both, because I think they're both preferable to map 7, because they better, in my estimation, if you go through those metrics set forth in the charter, they more closely follow those 8 and 9D. So that was really all I had to say. And as far as, I do have one other point to make. The council in recent years started saying you can only talk to the councilman in your district about a problem. And so when Bronson, don't make that face, because I can send you so many tapes and everything else. So there became this issue that you couldn't, if I lived in my council, Richard Jackson's my person, that I really, if I was not happy about the result, that I'm not allowed without his permission to call another council person about it. And so, and see, these people are shaking their head. It is an issue. So then, if that's going to be the council's rule, then you can't split those streets, or what she's talking about would be a real issue, because it'd be, I have to talk to my council person, and actually the speed bumps could be a thing. But if you live on this side, so for that reason, if it's literally
15 seconds.
That's it. But if you're facing each other and you're going to have that rule about the councilman and they're not going to work together, it is an issue. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, perfect.
Brandon,
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
can we respond?
We can't respond to her, no, we can't, but you know what? I'm gonna send this clip to all 5 of them, because I'm not saying it's wrong, but that's not what we do. We represent everyone as a council member. I'll speak as myself, I represent everyone.
But this lady would also
All right,
concur
you
that
already
it's
had
the
your time,
case.
ma'am.
Okay.
Go ahead, bro.
So, who else? You sure? Oh, come on.
Well, I came more to learn and listen.
Oh, I know you guys want to talk tonight.
I came to learn and listen,
Oh,
honestly.
come on, let's hear her.
I just, I got caught up with you on that, the SSR thing, and we've covered that, so we're
We
good.
beat that horse to a pulp.
Yes, we did.
Okay, Mr. Broderick, your chance.
Yeah, I agree with my wife.
Okay.
I
we're
like
good.
9 just for the simple fact that it
Well, if you're gonna stand up and talk, you gotta give your name and your address for the record.
George Broderick, 13531 Rawhide. I like 9 because it doesn't divide the Austell. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Okay. That concludes the citizen comment portion of our meeting. Now, what we're supposed to do, we're supposed to talk about weighing 8 and 9 collectively against 7?
Whatever you want to do. If you don't only have a consensus, you do have a consensus.
We have a consensus of 6.
Why don't you take a formal vote, just
Okay,
so
we're gonna, that's
like
what
we
we
did on
do.
all the others.
Yeah,
just so
okay,
it's-
you know what?
And a majority.
Okay. So I'm gonna ask the question, is if you prefer the first map I say over the second map I say. So if you prefer it, you would raise your hand. If you don't prefer it, do not raise your hand. Okay?
Okay.
Very, very easy. Did you hear that, August?
Yep.
Okay, I can't see you, but we'll hear you.
Is he still?
Just,
Yeah, just click
Just-
that, one more. Again. There you go.
Okay, so all those in favor of map 8, please raise your hand now, or vote now.
Wait,
now.
Now, I thought you said no, I was like, wait, what?
Did
Okay.
you say
No,
now,
vote no.
Bronson?
Yes, vote now. Okay.
Now, for
Map 8, if
So
you like
Eight
it.
is the dark line.
The dark lines.
8
Okay.
is the dark lines.
Okay, so we have 8. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The same 6 as before. 6. Okay, all those in favor of map 9, please show your vote. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay. So now, what do we want to do? We want to talk about map 7, right?
We at least need to go into executive to discuss the differences in 7 and 8. He is specifically asked to do that.
Okay, yes, we do. We need to hear that. Okay, so,
Wait,
hold on.
We're asking to, or we're being told to?
No, I asked to go into executive session earlier to get very specific information with regards to SSRV and CVAP with regards to map 7, 8, and 9, previous to the meeting starting.
Right. And he said he wanted to wait till executive to answer that question, is what I was saying.
Correct. Perfect. Okay, I'm gonna read something, and then we're gonna go into executive session. Okay, here we go. The Redistricting Commission may convene into a closed executive session pursuant to section 551-0712 of the Texas Government Code for the purpose of seeking confidential legal advice from the city attorney regarding redistricting maps 7, 8, and 9. And that happens at 8:49 PM. We will recess into executive session. Okay, hang on one second, let me find it. We are on C2 still. Discuss and review proposed redistricting maps 8 and 9 using the redistricting map scorecard related to map 7 and conduct mapping exercises utilizing GIS software. And I'm going to turn the floor and the mic over to esteemed Nancy Hardy to hear her opinion and take.
Okay, thank you, Bronson. I was only relating to some comments that have collectively been made around the table in reference to litigated against. And as this particular body, I am an alternate, but this particular body of the commission, redistricting commission, is a recommendation body. We're not, what decisions are made here then go to the council, who makes the actual decision on which map or maps are for, well, not for consideration, but for their final decision. And so what this body is doing is making a recommendation, but the litigated against is not against each of us as committee members, because we are not a final decision maker, as my understanding. So all I was asking was for your clarification as chairman, or any of the esteemed attorneys that are seated here, that needs to be addressed. Perchance that someone then is watching this in the nether world around us, on clarification of statement only.
I would concur that there is no liability for an individual member of the committee in making a recommendation.
Okay.
And I saw a nod from Bob.
Pardon, yeah.
A nod from Bob. Okay, that's two good nods.
And if anyone did litigate against a committee member, which I think would be highly unlikely, it would be in an official capacity, and which would be the same as litigating against the city. Is that fair?
Right. So the city would represent us.
Yes, this is.
Okay.
Represent us and indemnify us.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so now that we have received legal advice, I would like to take a vote. If that has changed anyone's vote from map 9 to 8, or from map 8 to 7, or how should we go?
My opinion is that we haven't really gauged if we're still in favor of 8 versus 7. The preliminary vote would be who wants to recommend 7 or 8 to council. Because you've already said between 8 and 9.
Is 8, okay, so I'm gonna ask this question.
And David can confirm.
Tell us how you're gonna ask it.
The question is gonna be, who, by raise of hand, wants to recommend map 8 as our new recommendation?
Okay.
That's gonna be the question.
Great
Okay?
question.
So if you raise your hand, that means you wanna recommend 8 versus 7 as our recommendation. Okay? Here we go. All those in favor of recommending map 8 versus our original recommendation of map 7, please raise your hand. Okay, so we have 2 yes. All those in favor of
Not 8, but 7.
not 8, but 7,
Yes, that's correct.
please raise your hand.
Oh, August, okay.
Yeah.
There.
August, okay.
I think that's the majority.
Super majority.
Good looking out.
I see you.
Okay. So now let's have a discussion. Does anyone want to, remember that movie 12 Angry Men?
Yes.
They got the one and they went all the way around, got them all.
Yeah, we'll start with David. then.
Start with David, and then we're gonna hear from Christie.
Yes.
I'm sorry, which question?
Tell us,
And you don't have to, but
Yeah,
he's
just-
giving you an opportunity to
Sway
try
the-
to convince your other committee members.
like the 12 Angry Men, you
Change
like
their
pick them all
vote.
off one at a time?
I
Rather consensus.
respect every one of you guys too much to say anything more than they've already said. I've laid it out there, and I trust that you heard what I said, you analyzed what I said, and if it's not compelling, I can live with that. So, I'm good.
Okay, before I ask you, how compelling is it to you for this body to be unanimous?
I'm not, let me put this right, I'm not gonna change my opinion.
Okay, that's what I make sure. Okay, go ahead,
Yeah.
now it's your turn.
I'm not gonna change my opinion.
Okay. And in the effort of being more unanimous than 2 to 9, you would stay the same, right?
All right, yeah, map 8.
Perfect.
And do you want to give a chance to explain your reasoning? Do you think it's worth it to see if you can change other opinions?
Well, it just seems to me like with the numbers, with District 2 and 1, that if you're not looking at the SSRV, that you could have 2 Hispanic districts, but I've thought that all along. And, maybe that's not a good thing for the city, I don't know, but I think it could be, because we are a majority of Hispanic people.
Okay.
Can I ask David and
And
Christy?
you guys have the opportunity to try to convince them as well. So
Right, right.
Anyway.
Wait a second, I didn't sign up for, no, I'm.
We have to hear you,
Do
you're
you-
gonna hear us.
Do you guys both feel like you've had the opportunity to explain your reasoning? Like, I know you just had one, but I just want to make sure that you don't feel like it went on deaf ears.
I'll let you go.
Well, I was a little hesitant the first time we voted for map 7. But it was because I felt like we could have, again, 2 Hispanic districts, and maybe that's not a good thing for the city, but I think it is.
Yeah.
And because I see District 2 as being heavily Hispanic, even though the numbers show that there are a lot of white people in that group. But when you look at District 1 compared to map 7 and 8, they're so similar. I mean, they're just off by a few points as far as the numbers of Hispanics, SSRV, well, no, that's a little bit bigger. But as far as the VAPs, the voting age population of Hispanics, I think those are pretty similar. They're both in the 60s. But that's just my thought.
No, and that's fine. Like, we don't all have to agree, but I just want to make sure that everyone feels heard.
You committed the cardinal sin, Bob, and Brandon will agree to this, to ever ask attorney if he's got anything else to say. I'll say one other thing. One thing I really don't like about 7, and it doesn't have to be, is it did take a tremendous amount of the citizens, the constituents who actually voted in that election, that both the candidates were constituents of and went out and communicated with and tried to convince them to vote. District 1 was already the perfect size based on how we divided up the 35,000, to where now what you did is completely changed the face of what that district was for the people that voted in that election and for the people that ran and the one that elected. So I don't like destroying a district, or destroying is not the right word, it's not a fair word. Changing a district so much, especially right after an election, where all these people have come to say, this is the person that, based on their arguments and pitching to me, that I feel is the one best able to represent my interests on behalf of the city. And so 7 in District 1 in map 7 is
I agree with you. I honestly, like, I listened to Councilman Roman's remarks, but because we pretty much have an election like every year, or every 2 years for the different councils, it's going to happen every single time, no matter what. It's just a question of which district is it going to happen to that year.
It will, yes. No matter what map we pick, there's going to be somebody that's going to miss out on a vote, or somebody's going to get 2 votes in 2 years or 2 votes in 3 years as opposed to 1 every 3 years. But it's just that map, that district is so grossly disconfigured versus all the others, when the reality is it's kind of a bad word again, the offending districts were 3 and 5. 3 was 2,000 more than it should have been. 5 was 2,000 less than it should have been. But as much as we worked, we came up with different ones. I think 7 or 8 and 9 did a better job of preserving 1, 4, and 5. And then 2 was kind of, because the way it was configured, it had to be, moved around too. But I thought that 8 and 9 did more to preserve the general size, population, location of 1, 4, and 5, and we were gonna have to shift some on all of them. So,
Okay, so I have something so looking at these, I feel like what you were saying earlier about what's about,
I didn't say anything.
oh, I thought, I'm sorry. What, like, this is changing. I mean, we know that the population's different.
Mhm.
It's not in the 2020 census, but this is kind of 3 in map 7 is keeping these people in the future together and preserving 1.
Okay.
Right? I'm trying to think this through, because I'm like, whoa. I'm trying to agree, but
So,
I feel like 3 is being kept together, 2 is staying majority minority, and 1 is also like, this is gonna change. 3 is changing, and the numbers worked.
3 is just being, footprint-wise, 3 is bigger than it was, but population-wise, it's smaller than it was by 2,000. 1, if I take my own medicine, 1 with the new population in there from 2,000 today is not the ideal size. So there's some validity there that the footprint argument is certainly suspect on using my discussion about what it is today versus what it was in 2020. So you've given me at least some food for thought about just the footprints of it, but just the overall configuration, I still think I like 8 and 9 because I think it gives us more protection from litigation over the long run more than the immediacy.
Agree to disagree, sir.
Done.
Totally fine. I tried to see your side, but I convinced myself
Okay.
more.
I appreciate you.
We're going to, listen to this. Okay, so what does our recommendation look like?
You wanna go to C3 then?
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. Whatever, hold on, let me get
He
there.
wants to hurry up and.
Okay, this is item C3. Just consider recommendation and report of redistricting commission to city council regarding proposed redistricting maps 7, 8, and 9. Okay, here's my question. What does our recommendation look like?
I don't think it has to be a consensus, right?
Doesn't, no, I came in here in January looking for that, and we got there, and then it's falling apart, it's okay. Okay, and I'm gonna really this is really gonna mess everything up. How does it affect our alternate recommendation of map 4? We haven't talked about that, the council hasn't said anything. I need to ask legally, what we've recommended, 7 and 4, okay? We have a primary recommendation?
4's not on the agenda, man.
It's not, but in my recommendation, it's part of all my recommendations I've
I got you.
written.
What's your question? I got you.
Okay, how does it affect my, are we just talking about the primary map?
You are considering a report regarding proposed redistricting maps 7, 8, and 9.
Right.
To the extent there's another map that's not on the agenda, you can put whatever you want in the report, I guess. But I'm not sure what you're getting at, because I have no idea what 4 is.
We haven't considered 4 in light of any of this, and I don't think we should put 4 in the current one.
No, I gotta write an official, I don't
In our
want.
last recommendation, we said 7 and then 4.
As an
That's
alternate.
what he's asking.
Okay.
That was what I said.
Okay, I got you.
And then in my memorandum, I said, we're not changing.
Right.
Okay, so now we're gonna have another memorandum come out. What am I gonna say? That's all I wanna know.
So you
It's not that different.
Are we
you're
saying
at-
7 and 8 instead of 7 and 4? Is that
That's
what
his
you're?
question,
That is
is
his
if
question.
we have to do that.
Exactly right.
So then that's a perfectly valid question. It's not for a legal decision, it's for a policy decision.
Okay.
On what the recommendation would be. Is it 7, 8, or is it 7, 4, 8, or is it 7, 8, 9, 4, or is it?
7.
Just tell him 7, but like.
I don't think we can answer to 4 since we haven't reviewed 4 in so long. So I
It
think.
doesn't, whoa, I get it, but it doesn't change my recommendation. I agree that people have changed their minds now, But we all unanimously agreed that we were recommending 7 with 4 as an alternate. And
We
gave
did,
him-
but that's when 8 wasn't on the table.
Right,
That's what he's asking if.
It's not that different.
that's exactly my question.
So I believe it's 7, 8,
5 is a big.
but I have no idea, so you can ask. him.
Okay, so this is my question.
I'd say that
Wait.
that if you say a report is we just requested, we talked about 7, 8, and 9. We have not considered 4, and 4 is not part of the recommendation at this point.
Right.
Okay, so just 2 seconds, I'm gonna read you my recommendation from last
That's a
time.
really good idea, because then we'll understand what we're
Okay.
trying to do.
Please, I'm gonna read you 2 things, okay? You need to hear both, okay?
Aren't they in our folder?
They are, like 6 seconds. Okay. Hang on, I gotta get to the last page, hang on.
This thing?
I'm sorry.
You're fine.
I'm all over.
Okay, here we go. So this was my original report. Both redistricting options presented in this report fully satisfy all prescribed criteria under Resolutions 2021-166 and 2022-008, as well as Section 710 of the City Charter. Redistricting Map 7 is more geographically compact, but has a slightly higher standard deviation of 4.92. Redistricting Map 4 is less geographically compact, but has a slightly lower deviation of 3.37. The information contained here in this report served as official recommendation from the 2021, okay, that was that. And then I wrote, a couple weeks ago, the Redistricting Commission reconvened at the request of City Council on September 14, 2022 to review new maps 8 and 9 with regards to Council's original recommendation of map 7. After careful consideration of the new maps 8 and 9, the Redistricting Commission's remains unchanged from the original recommendation of map 4 as presented on June 7, 2022.
I mean, the council can,
So am I just copying this? Not copying it, I'm gonna say, obviously, fluff it up a little bit. We sat for 4 hours and we are still at 7.
I didn't realize that we just did that, but it sounds right to me. I think you said 4 when you meant 7 earlier.
Yeah, he said 4, but you meant 7. You read,
Yeah.
you said 4, but you meant
You-
7.
The committee's directive was only to discuss 7, 8, and 9. I don't know if they want you, based on the previous history, to rank them or whatever, but you can say, we recommend 7 by a tune of 9 to 2. Second was 8, then 9. We were not directed to consider 4 with this portion of the committee, and we did not discuss 4. And you can say, to the extent, 4 is still out there, we remain steadfastly by what we've said in previous reports, blah, blah.
I think we should just say we recommend map 7 again and just move forward.
Yep.
I mean, unless the group wants to say, we'll do an alternate to map, change our alternate to map 8.
I don't agree to, I don't want to put my vote to map 8. I only said map 8 because you said pick the better of map 8 or 9 and that was it, but I have zero interest in map 8. So if we have to put our names to an alternative map 8, leave my name off of that.
Yeah. That's fine. Okay, so we're not, I got my directive, right?
I'm fine with sticking with 7. I mean, that our vote on whether it's supermajority or 9 to 2
Is it 8-2?
is 7.
8-2.
yeah,
8-2.
yeah, it
It
doesn't.
was 8 to 2. It was 8.
I
Only
said
10
9
of us.
by accident.
Yeah, it's 8-2.
Oh,
Yeah, there's only 10 voters.
oh, okay.
I
I
know,
put 9.
Oh, you were
Ask.
counting, maybe you were
Yes.
counting Nancy.
Oh, yeah, probably.
You matter to us, but
Not to the vote.
not to the vote.
I just was mistaken.
Okay.
All right. You may ask whatever you'd like.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask one last, do we have any other business that needs to be addressed within this? Because last time, I'm not picking on you, but you left and changed your mind. Does anyone feel like they weren't heard, or we walked all over them, or we didn't let them talk? Or their neighbors texting them now saying, hey, what the hell?
Yeah.
We need to deal with this now, because I don't wanna come back.
I don't,
That-
well, I mean, I don't want to come back either.
Well, the majority rules usually, so.
In Robert's rule, it does, right? Okay, what
I apologize for talking over David.
Oh,
about me?
You're forgiven. All right, anybody else have any questions?
I just want to make sure.
Get that in writing.
I just want to make sure that once we give our present, or once you present to city council, that we're not asked to come back
No,
again.
we can't say that at all,
We
because we got asked to come back twice, and I didn't
Yeah,
expect that.
So
Sure.
how long can this go on for?
Well, okay, we have a back out day of like January 19th or 14th that it has to be decided by, because it affects the next election.
And then the court's gonna decide.
Okay.
The 14th? Oh, it is December? It's
Yeah.
3 days prior to file day, right? Or-
Before the end of the year.
I don't think they'll send us back. I think this is it.
It's been a pleasure. As long as I don't have a newborn and
So
trying to go to this
council has to
meeting.
approve it before December 18th.
They have to approve it before I have a baby. That's my rule.
So Brendan, if the people that are running happen to be in a spot right now that's District 3, but by the time a map is voted on and they're no longer in 3, what the heck happens?
They vote for.
Watson's gonna go.
We'll take that if it happens. I honestly, I honestly don't know.
They'll have 25 citizens up there with each board.
Well, that's not.
Yeah, my guess
Our
is that
task
they'll
is
serve out their
to-
term.
They'll serve out the elected term, and hopefully that's it.
Okay, so what else do we need? Can
And a motion? Adjourn.
Motion, I second.
Okay, the time is 10:05 PM.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you for your work.